5 seconds remaining. Here's the Radiant ban.
Dire's ban now.
Radiant's turn to ban.
The Dire get a ban. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Dire's turn to pick.
I'm really excited to see this one unfold. Of course, we heard it from SMG when we interviewed him last. Raji said he really wanted to play Fnatic. We heard it last night with Aries and Black interviewing Afu. They said they want to play this one for their CEO. So we'll see what comes out. You know, SMG, Fnatic, a lot of storied history, especially with Mr. Moon, of course. And as I kind of tweeted out, this is the battle of CEOs. You know, Moon was replaced in Fnatic by Chuen. He's the new mid-CEO for Fnatic. And of course, they've got Alacrity waiting there for GXR at the end. So we'll see who does get to drag it out there. But to go all the way here, right? Fnatic, they looked great coming out from groups. They qualified for TI. People were expecting them to reach this point. SMG was a bit of the dark horse. They've been up and down in performance. They've won here and there. It feels like they never hit their peak as individual players. But here they are now. Lower bracket finals. They managed to trudge their way through. And we've just got to see if they can maintain that, see if they can send that message across to Fnatic. We do have the draft on hand already as well. Fnatic, they open up with Luna, Abaddon. So they've got this stable sort of duo to start off with. Abaddon to protect the Luna. You've got the Dispel on hand with the Aphotic Shield. Great healing with the Mist Coil. Luna, of course, is just one of those big pos 1 cores for Raven that he loves to farm up on. So it looks like they might just shift farm priority onto Raven a lot more here. Maybe give Chuen something more tempo-based that he can be online and running with a little bit quicker. You could still go for the TA if it's unbanned. We'll see if SMG does let that slide through. For SMG's side, Brewmaster Nyx. So they've got a great piece of control on Nyx. We've seen a lot of Nyxes do a ton of work. Really helpful in scouting out those big farming cores. So Fnatic now have to invest in resources to get some wards down. Once that level 6 on Nyx is up, the Brewmaster is pretty flex here for SMG as well. They like to pick it in the first phase because they can run it for KP and they can still run it for Raji on the 5. So it's not really locked in as a core, and they can kind of play with that flex as the draft goes on.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to ban.
The Dire get a ban.
เป็นเกมที่ดี I'm so strong, guys. I'm so strong.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Ohayo!
Dire's turn to pick.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Grabe naman yun.
Shadow Demon.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to making clones to annoy the enemy team with their own heroes, Shadow Demon's probably still the best along with the Darkseer. Since Darkseer's not there, you just go SD, clone the Luna, start to do a lot of damage in the middle of the fight. We've seen that fight before as well, where it was Grimstroke versus Shadow Demon Illusions. And it just felt like the Dark Portrait fell flat compared to SD just constantly having that uptime. So let's see if SMG do manage to reach that point here with the Shadow Demon. The Brewmaster, that does mean that's likely our KP hero now. So offlane Brew shouldn't do too bad. Brewmaster plus Shadow Demon can be nice, although it's likely to be Brewmaster Nyx. So you've got two tanky melee heroes. That might make it a bit awkward fighting into the Abaddon. At the very least, he can kind of just run you down level 1. But as the levels go up, you can kind of out-damage the shield. So you can just keep applying your own harassment out and make it uncomfy for the Luna to just free farm. For Fnatic side now, probably just eyeing something in the off lane to hammer it in, or just their supports at this point. With a Shadow Demon on hand, the one thing with Abaddon against Shadow Demon is that you can't purge off the stacks of Shadow Poison. So you can still tank through with the Fnatic Shield's HP, but it will still stack up to 5 if you're not careful in the back and forth. And Fnatic, they do take the Rubik, so they can try to steal the Primal Split. We've seen that be really impactful. You've got all the Nyx spells on hand. Even the Shadow Demon spells are pretty good to pick up as well. And there's a lot of utility for the Rubik down the line here. So we'll see how much they can get out of that Rubik in this game. SMG into the Mars. So probably a Moon Mars mid is what it's shaping up to be. Mars mid, we have seen before, has sort of tapered off in the meta. We've seen it once or twice since then, but definitely not the most common. What I love about it for SMG is that one thing with Moon, he's looked a lot better when you give him really active pos 2s, like his Riki, his Bounty Hunter. He just is willing to play faster for his team rather than those slower farming cores. And the Mars is exactly the same. You might need a Blink, maybe a Yules, but after that, you're pretty much set to go and join your team.
Points away. Dire's ban now.
Grabe naman yun.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
The Dire get a ban.
I think it still has a job to do. I think you get a lot of utility down the line as well, especially with the Ag Shard. I think it's underutilized in a lot of places. Just the lift back on allies, the toss range being that much higher, can make these fights a lot harder in lane. And that's where it's a bit awkward. You don't really get the stun combinations with the Rubik nowadays with the lift into Hoof Stomp. You could try lift Burrow Strike, hasn't been popular. So in that sense, the lane aggression Rubik has is not as amazing, but I think it still does its job really well. I think you just have to compensate for not having the lane combinations on hand. For Fnatic, Rubik plus Pango can be pretty good. Lift up, swash into that target, pull them back a bit closer, get some hits off, fade bolt out to annoy the safe laner. It is still a pretty strong lane for Fnatic to play with, and in context of that duo, I don't mind it at all. I think there's not really much that the Rubik likes to play with. Pangolier works really nice with it. They go to Void Spirit to close out in Fnatic's end, so they've got really good mobility with a Pango Void. They've got a good source of silence from the Void Spirit once the Ags is up. And that should make it a bit tougher for the Brewmaster to kind of get the split off. We've seen that timing from the Void Spirit really bully out Brewmasters. We'll have to see if KP can kind of avoid that. And the Void Spirit here gives him a great way to reach into the back line. Like, the one thing with lineups with Shadow Demons have is that great saving spell to stall out the initiation from the opposing side. If the Void Spirit manages to get that Remnant combo with a step onto the Shadow Demon first, it simplifies the rest of the fight here.
Don't you dare pick Tide Hunter.
What? Conga!
Ooh, si fun.
Grabe naman yun.
Si Besiena.
Grabe naman yun.
Si Besiena.
Grabe naman yun.
I think the Gyrocopter still has a space to be in. What I take issue with is the item buildup can feel really awkward, right? We've seen Ags rush into Maelstrom, Ags rush into BKB, and I think the time we saw that was when we saw Flak Cannon maxed out, stats built. So you lack a lot of magic damage, which is where the presence of the Gyrocopter really comes out from. Like, early levels of Rocket Barrage is devastating when you've got the stuns and the slows to set up for that damage. And I think when you don't go for that build, you go for a more passive build like the Flak stats, you don't have that early presence. And in that sense, you're not the biggest right-click core. Luna feels like it hits a lot harder. Staples like the Terrorblade hit a lot harder with Metamorphosis. Even the Medusa just has that natural split going without a cooldown. To gear up for something that isn't, we'll have to see how SMG plays it. So much flexibility in that pick. They could play aggressive early, and if they do, I think that's where the Gyro really shines.
Number one between Fnatic and SMG. And of course, before we do get started with the game, John,
I'm so strong, guys. I'm so
team
strong.
is thinking
Si Besiena.
very even right now. $1.87 to $1.87, John. So
Grabe naman
a complete even matchup apparently between these two.
Yeah, it's just one of those scenarios where you can't really tell who's going to be on top, because SMG surprised us time and time again. Yet at the same time, you know, Fnatic, they're a team going to TI with their new roster, right? They had to play through qualifiers. They managed to breach through with a roster that really only debuted in those qualifiers. So people have high hopes for them. But SMG's just been surprising us. So it's hard to weigh the favorites here. Of course, they've got more motivation on SMG's end because, well, Moon's got some history there. And he does want to send a message out. And we've heard from SMG. They're really close now with all of them kind of staying in the same general area.
Oh, absolutely. I won't repeat the words Roger used to describe that closeness, but they are certainly very close, that's for sure. And I do agree. I mean, Moon, he might just be, you know, having a bit of fun in this matchup, but there might be a bit of a little bit to prove here against Fnatic, and that's why we love the grudge matches, right? Like, you've got that history, you've got two teams that know each other very well, and now it's about time to see who was correct and who wasn't. It's Fnatic. They're going to be able to secure the top bounties. Of course, the side of SMG, they'll go for the bottom. No problems here. Pretty even kind of start, and we may as well start talking about the lanes while we're here. Of course, bot lane, you've got Arfu and KP. They're going to be up against the Raven Luna, one of the scarier heroes here for Raven. I've been watching this man very carefully when he does play the Luna. He is very quick in the farming department. Very, very scary kind of Luna player to have to go up against. How do you feel about this bot lane? I mean, he's going to have the support of DJ, so you'd imagine he should be relatively safe. Still can be rather difficult, though, into the Shadow Demon Brewmaster.
Initial levels aren't going to feel nice. DJ's really got to toss his body forward to make sure Afu doesn't get those Shadow Poison stacks up. KP can still just kind of farm out for the first 2-3 levels. Like, he does have a nice AoE clear with a Thunderclap. Good combination once the Cinder Brew's up and the Shadow Poison, so that can kind of slow you down here on the side of Fnatic. But again, you've got the Aphotic Shield to kind of dispel at least the Cinder Brew, so it's not going to feel amazing, and KP might just opt to play more passive because of that. You can already see Raven's wave is just completely shoved in, and he's doing the right thing. He manages to pull it behind the tier 1. So he's just going to stabilize his farm while the opposite pull happens for Afu.
No, I think DJ did a great job, though. He forces it into the tier 1 tower, and that's not exactly what SMG wanted. So I suppose not 100% confident that Arfu could get away without dying with that creep wave. He does end up just dragging it right into the T1. Meanwhile, top lane, mid one, he does already secure first blood. So Jabs ends up going down early on the Rubik. Great start already here for SMG. I suppose we may as well talk about this top lane while we're here, John. Mid one and Rogi, the Nyx Assassin Gyrocop to safe lane against Death and Jabs, who's yet to make his way back over. And mid one, obviously, great start with the bonus gold. Ignoring that aspect of things, though, how do you think this lane goes?
It can get aggressive from the side of Fnatic once levels are up, especially once Jabs has maybe the value point in telekinesis. You lift up, you go into Swash, you get lucky with maybe a lucky shot slow. You can look to chase down. You just have to worry about all the control coming out from SMG. They've got 2 stuns, you've got 1 stun with a lift, and that 1 stun you have is a very long cooldown, so it does line up more for Fnatic to maybe play a bit more defensively here, and SMG can just look to just apply their bodies forward. Raji's doing a good job of just zoning out Jabs from getting any sort of pull, going for any sort of harassment. Sure, he might just sacrifice his life here, but
yeah, he does. I mean, I don't think dying was really intentional there by Roger. I didn't think he was quite expecting the swashbuckle to come in, but still, I mean, he does get a lot of harass off. Does get the courier of Jabs as well, which makes it that little bit sweeter, but certainly a nice pick off there now for Jabs on that Rubik, getting a little bit of revenge after his first initial death. And of course, the last lane we haven't looked at yet is the mid lane. Moon against Chuen. This is where it all happens, John. Moon currently in terms of CS is ahead. Chuen, I mean, he's 3 CS behind, so not really too big of a deal. It's a rather even kind of matchup. But we have seen Moon on this Mars and Chuen on this Void Spirit, and both of them tend to be extremely dominant.
Oh yeah, and this is something that, you know, as the Mars, it feels pretty darn nice. Sure, the Resonant Pulse is going to block out a lot of your harassment, but the amount of damage God's Rebuke does, even if it's physical, is enough to burn through that shield anyway. So Chuen's not fully secure and just going for CS. He has to watch for the spear backs as well. Easier for Moon to land that control onto the cliffside. And it's just easier for Moon to kind of constantly shove out the wave. Lower cooldown on God's Rebuke, pretty cheap in mana as well. Very easy to just build up CS. It's at the level 6 mark where things go back and forth, and it's really down to who does get level 6 first. Because if Mars does, Arena comes out, you have no step, die. If Chuen gets it first, he can step Remnant, maybe look for a support rotation as well, and clean up in Mars. So it's all about just EXP management here, and for the most part, Moon is having a better time of it.
It's funny as well, right? Like with this Mars pickup, it's received so many nerfs as of late. In fact, hold that thought, because top lane, Jabs, he's going to be in a spot of danger. Mid one, going to try and chase him down. Jabs does get the salve off, but mid one can't get in range to cancel. Now he does. They should be able to perhaps get this kill as Rogi. Impel, no, it was on cooldown. He had no way to cancel. Mid one didn't have the homing missile anyway, if he wanted to try and throw that out. Maybe risk getting that cancellation before the TP did go off. So going back to that mid lane for a second, John, I've been thinking about this quite a bit with Mars. It's received so many nerfs over maybe the last year. And one that really kind of annoys the Mars players that I've spoken to is the fact that he has 0 mana regen once the game starts. I feel like the mid lane is arguably more suitable for this hero now. Especially with the way the power runes work. You get a bottle, you might go for a soul ring, but with the amount of runes you can fill up your bottle with, it does feel like this hero does really excel in that mid lane.
Yeah, it's down to water runes, right? Like, we used to talk about it early on when it came out, but it just kind of neutralizes really big bully mids, because you can just regen back the harassment anyway, for the most part. At least with one support rotation, you will have 1 water rune, you'll have a bounty rune to top up on, and feels much more manageable. We do hit this spike now on Moon. He's got 6 up earlier, but he doesn't have the mana. He could try to maybe pop the magic wand or just wait for the bounty rune respawn, but I think Chuen can just play it safe, back off for a bit. He knows Arena's going to be very deadly to him, so he can't really afford to overextend his welcome.
I'm very curious to see where he does end up going here on this Mars with that level 6 timing. Might even stick around mid and just keep the farm up, perhaps not seeing the opportunity. KP, bottom lane, going to take a bit of harassment here. Even going to throw out the Lucent Beam, but that's going to be enough. KP, he gets the Drunken Brawler and just runs towards the T1 tower. Oh, big rune here for Moon though, John. Haste rune is up now on the Mars, and that's going to be a very scary rune for Fnatic. Moon, he's going to show on the mid lane for now. Does take a bit of harassment from Chuan. Just have to be somewhat cautious, but once he does regen up, he should be able to make a big rotation to one of the side lanes. I mean, they can see the haste rune right now, but it's always kind of hard to predict when he's going to pop it, and now he does. You wouldn't think so with the low HP, but they do have the Observer Ward that scouted it out. So Moon, they know he's coming. Disruption is there, however. Top lane, who have they got? It's going to be Death. Now the Arena catches out both as well. They're trying to swashbuckle away, but there are plenty of heroes around. They are probably going to find DJ. He'll TP in to try and help out Moon. He might drive for this. No, he's still alive. But eventually DJ does manage to pick off the kill. In SMG, they get a 2-for-1 trade. I do feel like that was still favorable for the side of SMG.
Yeah, great rotation out from Moon. They had the ward down, and we saw Fnatic retreating early, but a great rotation out from Offroot to get that disruption to set up. He did body block Moon a bit, so Moon couldn't quite retreat. Maybe they could have gotten far enough that he might have just been able to live. He looked a bit shaky anyway. And of course, with them backing off early, they did get the information that there was a ward. So they also get value there, getting control back in their jungle. While Moon was gone, they did try to shove in a bit, and Chuen did shove in mid wave. It's a Void Spirit. It doesn't really get the push going fast. So you're going to have to look for aggression to really build up here. And they also managed to get D-ward on the camp ward as well, so it clears out some control. The big difference right now in the map really rides in the pause ones. Look at Raven's farm. 67-12 compared to mid one's 45-6. The Luna's had a free lane. And it's just going to flash farm really quick. Dragonlance almost up. Once this Luna gets running, it can get scary. Like, we do see the Max Flak Cannon build up in mid one, so he's focusing on early farm. His damage output is not going to feel the same as Raven's if Raven does show up to a fight earlier with some of these items up.
Oh, 100%. It's also that nice timing here from Fnatic as well, right? Like, they stack the camps after knowing that Raven's now available to take them. And of course, Raven found a Morbid Mask, by the way, John. Because God forbid a Luna player doesn't find Morbid Mask. That's exactly what he gets. The best item for Luna in the tier 1. Hell, even maybe in the tier 2. And Raven, yeah, he'll just go for the stacks now. He can more than easily take them with this Morbid Mask up. Top lane. There's a bit of a rotation here. Chuen and Jabs are around, but the only target they might have an opportunity at is going to be Rogi. He is standing behind the tree line and just remaining safe. But back to Raven, John. Stacking for himself. He's got a quad stack going on now. I mean, you kind of talked about it, but his farm is going to be quite ridiculous this game.
Yeah, he's just given so much room, and SMG hasn't really been able to scout out. They don't have levels yet to enable the mix to go around and stop that farm. No level 6 for Raji. The push is also slowly shaping up for Fnatic up top. Moon's trying to do the same down bot. He's going to find that tier 1. It will be a tower for tower trade, even on the most part, although it's a bit slower for Fnatic up top. But eventually that should equalize, give you space for your pause ones to build up. I think the key thing now for SMG in particular is the first item coming out for Moon. They're lining up for mid a bit, getting a shove in. Once the blink is up on the Mars, that's when you should see this aggression start to pile on. Maybe you could also just set up with Disruption into Spear, and that could be something SMG goes for, but they're not quite finding the targets yet.
Both mid targets right now for Moon are quite difficult because both of them can just kind of get their way out of the arena quite easily. Moon, no power rune at the top spot. Regen is at the bot spot though, and Arfu is going to be able to make sure that's secured. Very nice rune there for the Mars. Fnatic not too interested in trying to contest as they understand the power spikes that are going on right now for SMG. Meanwhile, bottom lane apparently, KP goes for a deep dive with the primal split and does get a solo pick off on the Jabs. But I suppose KP, understanding the opportunity he had there, just pops the ulti, gets a nice simple kill. Looks like he's not too interested in trying to force a team fight right now with this team. He should have the primal split timing around the time that you get the blink on Moon. So it might be just really nice timing here from SMG, but speaking of, they have smoked up now. Up towards the top lane they go, Moon and Rogi. They really want Raven or DJ. Death's going to be hard to catch with that Rolling Thunder. Instead they'll run back into the triangle, it seems. They're not really going to scout out much. No stacks being made mid lane. Chuan, he's just going to step out. One of the strengths about the Void Spirit, you don't care about arena as long as you have the Astral Step Up.
It's the awkward thing for SMG's initiation. They need to maybe start with Disruption. Range for Afu is not the best, can be a bit risky for him to walk up there. Raji, he's still in the invis form, but they still haven't found anything, so he's forced to just clear out creep wave, a camp. The scan was there as well to tell about that rotation back top, so Det manages to bail out in time. Fnatic, I mean, they look like they're lower in the kill board, 2 to 4, but it's just much faster for Raven to build that farm, and they're starting to clump up KP.
Yeah, he could be in a spot of danger here as they get the lift off. Aether Remnant is also going to connect there from Chuen, and KP, he has no split from the last time. Should definitely just be dead here. They do get him jabs. He'll take the kill with the Fade Bolt. An immediate smoke up. I mean, there's really no spells on cooldown right now for Fnatic, so they can just keep going. Try to abuse that Rolling Thunder on Death, and well, even Raven's in the mid lane. Just chilling out, pushing the tier 1 tower. Zafu is going to break the smoke there of Death. They'll spot them out now and is immediately going to back off. Raji, he will make sure the high ground does remain defended. This mid one was farming some Ancients, but that tier 1 mid tower is dropping incredibly fast. Moon, he's moving in, Arena up in 5. They're going to fortify, but Raven, he's got a bit of a haste rune left. Just runs away, nobody gets caught, and that mid tier 1 tower, it's on its last legs.
Yeah, not quite in deny range, so SMG can't just remove that objective yet. One more shove from Fnatic should clean that up. However, I think they're still pretty happy they don't take losses. They're building up on their gyro. They've got the blink up on Moon, so they can go for more aggressive plays, look to line up, get the Arena Spear combination off, even the slippery target like the Void Spirit, if it's not aware, can get caught out. They've just got to look for the angle, and well, Chuen is presenting himself bot, and Raji does have the Vendetta as well.
Chuen impels off the mark. No, nice spear out. He does still catch him. Chuen has another step, but Arena is now down. Dissimulate. He's going to be there. He's still going to try and go for a run. Yeah, he's going to make it out. They're still trying to chase him down with the flat cannon and everything, but it's not working out as Death has a really nice Rolling Thunder out. And now the Eclipse flies in from Raven. They've got Arfu down. They've got mid one controls up. Moon's going to try and jump in and help out, but mid one, he's already dead. Moon, he needs to run as KP's going to stay behind and try to go after Raven, but it is not working. They are throwing everything at Fnatic. And nothing has worked out for them as SMG. Well, KP looks like he's accepted the fact that he is going to die. There's really not much of a way out for him. And that's going to be a full team wipe at the 13-minute mark for the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, big set of kills coming out from Fnatic, all from the back of jumping Chuen first. Like, it felt like they panic responded. They tried to kind of tried to force that fight out on SMG's end and just fell flat. The damage output, not quite enough in mid one, and the protection coming out from Fnatic was just very clean. Like, DJ just manages to always get the aphotic shield. Raven was always low, but never low enough to be dead. And if you can't cross that threshold against the Abaddon, it just gets really dicey. I do have to appreciate the fact that we were talking about the Gyrocopter skill build on mid 1. He doesn't go for stats. He did have the Rocket Barrage and the max out flak. So there is more early damage coming out here for mid 1. It's just, it doesn't compare to the Luna right now. At least not until the Ags is up. And even then, it feels like you're going to need a couple of items more before you match that damage output.
Big smoke up here, Fnatic. Run right into KP again. Primal Split still not on cooldown, so the Rolling Thunder is going to connect in time, and they'll leave Roger to be. You'd much rather just go after KP on that Pos 3 Brewmaster. Roger, it seems like he understood there was no real way for him to help out. They're going to back. And if you're Fnatic now, you're looking at the... Well, I was going to say mid-tier 1 tower, but it was already dropped. So now you're just looking to take over the map. Raven's doing exactly that, John. Top lane, T2 tower already dropping half HP. Arfu though, nice setup with the disruption. Rogi gonna get the impale off. He's got help around him though. Raven, even with the purge out, is just not gonna die, as DJ will heal him up with the miscoil. They just can't do anything about him. Raven, he's having the freest game of his life right now.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He was just left alone in lane. He hits the Dragonlance SNY spike on the Luna. His damage output's great. He's very durable. The control's not enough to quite lock him in. They even tried to jump Chuen a bit, and Call Down was there just to clear out the creep wave from mid 1. What we need to see from SMG next is really more emphasis on this blink on Mars. Like, they tried to go for that big fight bot. I think they need to focus on just finding the Luna with that Spear Arena. Like, if you can isolate Raven, you get the combination on him with the follow-up damage you have with your Shadow Demon, with your Gyrocopter, you can still win out, but they've not been able to control the triangle. Like, it's just been so free for Fnatic to keep that farming pattern in that area, and SMG, the one or two times they scouted out didn't quite line up, and it looks like they just haven't been able to really find anyone at the right time there because they don't really have vision.
That they don't. Another rotation into the Dire jungle here from Fnatic. Because SMG, they're doing the exact same thing on the other side of the map, and SMG do actually scan them out in that area. Just knowing exactly where they are, they're going to start pressuring this tier 2 bottom tower. Fnatic, they can do the exact same thing up top, and they'd probably get the tower faster considering how low it already is.
Under attack.
Chuan and Raven, they are hanging around, but they aren't going to go for it yet. SMG still hanging about the bot side. Clearing out the
DD into Roche.
Oh, of course there is! How? Every time? Like, is it just the Loopet Pro Series that this is happening in? Is there a bug we don't know about?
Yeah, maybe. This is going to be a pretty quick Roche. Even if the DD is on Chuan, it's still a good amount of damage. The tier 2 bot should eventually get shoved in. It's very low, but taking this Roche is a lot bigger for Fnatic. It lets them take the next fight. They can actually line up for their own push as well. And they're already TPing in for the defense.
I mean, absolutely. Spear out, Jabs. He's speared up move. He's caught the path with his own spirit. Now the jump in from Chuan.
Even a god.
Nice, easy kill for Fnatic. Death, he's still rolling around. He has to be careful not to get caught out, but he's going to be fine. He just swashbuckles away. SMG not feeling too confident to actually jump in anyway. And I just don't see this favoring SMG. I mean, we've talked about it. Raven, he's farming way too quick. Mid one, he is keeping up, but he's consistently been about 2.5k gold behind. And even then with the Gyrocopter, it just doesn't match up to a Luna in the hero versus hero matchup right now. Even with even farm, I do believe Raven would have the advantage.
Luna's just a lot bigger, considering the damage output and considering future upgrades, like say the Shard. The Lucent Beam Shard just feels more impactful than even the Gyrocopter Ags, in my opinion. It just feels much more consistent for the damage, lower cooldown, it attacks very frequently if you want to compare that, and it only costs 1,400 versus 4,200 for the Agnums and Gyro to do almost the same thing. So from a value perspective, Luna just has much more locked in early compared to Gyro. I think where it gets interesting is maybe a Divine build-up. Gyrocopter is still one of the better Divine carries along with Medusa, but that's way down the line.
After the move in with Disruption, Raven, Purge is there, but immediately Chuan will jump in. Look at the amount of damage he's dealing with. Meanwhile, Arena has been dropped and they've got Death in there, but with the Essence Ring, he is going to survive. They'll heal him up again.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Oh, Fnatic, they've been getting very lucky with those neutral items. When you get an Essence Ring on your offlaner like that, along with an Abaddon, it feels impossible to kill somebody else.
Dire's top tower is gone.
Well, Death,
Still not safe.
yeah, it's still not safe. He's going to jump in onto the Mars. Cooldown is there, but look at the damage output from Chuan right now. Just way too high. Death, he is starting to drop low now. Chuan, he's just going to be able to run out. Meanwhile, another Essence Ring proc is going to be there for Death, and that'll keep him alive, at least for now, as mid one. And KP are going to try and chase him. You've still got DJ, but he has no mana left, so he cannot help out. Now, Chuan going to be targeted. He does get himself out. They will go after DJ instead and try to take down that pesky Abaddon. DJ somehow still alive, and now mid one. He's going to be jumped on, but he has a BKB, so Chuan is going to drop, but Raven is there with the Eclipse. He will get Rogi. Now mid one's being chased down. Raven, he's out of mana, but he's got the movement speed. Mid one, he'll find a regen with the Impale. Jabs is there from a mile away with that Impale out, and they found mid one. Oh, he's dropping items now. Jabs, he drops his Blink Dagger in front. Moon's going to jump in, but the immediate lift down from Jabs. Another Impel there as well on Arfu. They're still going to try and punish, however. Raven, he's going to man up on very low HP. He's going to pop the BKB. He'll find Arfu. They'll get Jabs down on the Rubik, but what does it matter if you're going to lose KP? And they will. just everything going the way of Fnatic already this game one.
Dire's
SMG,
middle
I mean, they're yet to
tower
find their
is
footing in this game one, John. 17-7, 6k net worth lead. It's really starting to be a one-sided affair here in this match one.
And it's just all going the way of Fnatic. Like it's these item timings coming out from Fnatic as well. Chuwen with his Ags, we talked about this. He can jump in, get a big AoE silence. Suddenly if KP can't get the split, he's in trouble. If your Shadow Demon can't get the disruption off, you're in trouble. You know, it just doesn't line up for SMG. They don't have any natural dispels on hand. They have to be very careful with their positioning on the back. I think there's a lot of pressure here on Moon to really get that arena set up for the team. It all relies on that big initiation. If he can isolate, I guess at this point, the supports. Just isolate the supports, try to pick off the Rubik or the Abaddon first. You can kind of take it from there and just try to focus on the course with their sources of sustain and control out. But Fnatic have done a really good job of just spacing Jabs and DJ away enough. Now, if one support's getting jumped, the other can try to help him out.
Still get the speed down. Death, is he going to drop? He does. He won't be able to get the one charge off in time, nor the Essence Ring. They are still going to be able to get Rogi in. Oh, Jabs. Jabs, he's been all over Moon this game. Consistently finding the lifts, consistently taking the spear off him. And now they move in to the die triangle again, making sure mid one's not around there to farm. You can see mid one, he's just forced to back off. He hasn't really got a choice in the matter.
Yeah. And this is really good timing from Fnatic. Aegis is just about to expire, so it might be a bit of a blessing that they don't take the fight, and it does right then. So if they don't have to worry about dying in the middle without knowing the Aegis is gone. Satanic coming out next for Raven. How do you kill this guy? BKB, you've got to worry about DJ with his shield, and the Mist Coil coming through has been coming through clutch over several fights now. He's gonna have the Satanic for the lifesteal active and the Dispel. He's a hard hero to kill. SMG really have to work on the backline, and that's going to be mainly on Moon and to a certain extent KP. But again, it's just down to Fnatic. They manage to get their spacing perfectly right. They always kind of have their big tanky frontliners first, or Chuwen first. The slippery heroes and the Pangolier up front, and you just don't have enough on SMG to handle them all at once.
Vendetta popped Rogi. He's going to try and make his way in, but there is a sentry protecting Raven. They've got vision over Fnatic, but it's still a very kind of hard ask to try and make your way in. They're going to do it anyway. Arena is down. They'll go after Jabs first. Trying to get rid of that Rubik, and they'll get it. Fu has dropped on the Shadow Demon, though, and now Raven, he's going to get to work with the Eclipse out, but the BKBs, they're there in time. Raven, he's starting to drop now. They surround him. They finally take him down. DJ is going to try and run. He's got nowhere to go. Homing missile will follow him down. Borrowed time already used up. He will be the fourth casualty here for Fnatic. In fact, never mind that. KP, he's going to drop to Chuwen, but Moon is going to chase him on the Mars. And eventually Chuwen is going to die. Spear not even necessary, and mid one immediately out with the tip.
You can tell these guys really want this game as well. They jump in, they get the right targets trapped in the arena. Again, they just kill off one of the supports. A big part of their control is gone. And for Raven, he can't just stand and fight yet. Without the Satanic, his lifesteal is really non-existent. He tried to wear that mask as well. So it's not as excellent for him to just maintain that fight, and BKBs are hindering him more compared to the Gyrocopter, because they do still have the physical coming through from the side of SMG with their Mars as well. So great isolation tactic from SMG to split the position of Raven. He was trapped by the camps, and that's just a very sneaky play with that smoke Vendetta. Fnatic still have to be cautious. They still have the lead. They've still got the map under their control for the most part. SMG still kind of playing around with very limited space and vision. But if they do find those angles, it can start to build up. And the Gyro, he does bounce back after a couple of items. If he can match the Luna, sure, the Luna still feels a little bit better. But he will do damage as well. Once the Daedalus is up maybe, or just casual Crystallis, even maybe mid one's own Satanic, it's going to be hard to kind of square off against him. And we'll have to see how Fnatic start to approach these fights going forward. The Satanic for Raven is fairly close, just about 700 gold away, 800 gold, but he has to wait for a bit. His courier's gone as well, so he's going to have to TP back for it if he does farm that quick. And I think once you have that Satanic, you feel a lot more secure on that Luna.
Oh, Moon gonna reveal himself at that top lane. Casual spear thrown out just to let him know that there is people around Raven. Roger even going to scuttle past with the Vendetta. Jabs, though, going to show up now at that top lane to make sure Raven does remain safe. In fact, they're bringing everyone over. They know that Moon's in the tree line somewhere. He's going to show himself off again. Now Chuen tries to jump in, but won't get the Aether Remnant. Towards the south, Rogi. Oh, Jabs right on target. Gets the lift up, takes the Vendetta, uses it immediately. Rogi, he has no idea where Jabs has gone. Death, he's going to chuck a bit of a U-turn here, back in onto the Nyx Assassin. And you know Jabs wants the kill. He won't take it though. He'll use the Vendetta now. Raven, he's not even going to look at this kill. He'll go down to the bot lane to try and help out Chuen in killing off mid one. Disruptions there from Arfu, but that's just set up Raven. But mid one, he's going to BKB TP away. In the end, they're not able to catch anybody off. It's Fnatic looking to try and get a bit more aggressive here with their lineup. They are still 2k net worth ahead, but it has become a really even game between these two teams.
I think the difference now is starting to come out in your mids and your off lanes. KP, you know, he's had Midas, so he's been able to slowly build up despite taking a more active position on his team. So he's got his Ags, he's got the double split ready, he's going into a refresh, so he's going to have the quad split down the line. A lot just slowly flowing through, and Midas actually paying off here on Brewers. For Death, he's kind of stalled out. Arcane Boots, Blink, Orb of Corrosion, no big thing to bump up his right click like a Basher, no Heaven's Halberd for a disarm on the Gyrocopter. He's not getting as much flowing in. The Aeon Disc is going to help to a certain extent, but it doesn't quite have the same impact as to these item spikes on KP. And Chuen versus Moon. Like, Moon just with the BKB has been much harder to deal with in the front, whereas Chuen, he's got the Sange, maybe going for the Kai Sange now as they go into the Roshan and going into the BKB next. So that should help as well, but feels like SMG's timings are lining up. Roshan, SMG's aware.
That they are. Afu spotted it out. Primal Split is there immediately from KP as they will target Raven. KP gets a tornado up as well. They'll put the Luna in the air. He's got the Ags, don't forget, so he does have that secondary charges. Now Chuen does get caught out, still not getting jumped though, as they do go onto the Nyx Assassin, but Rogi, he has the Aeon, and now Moon, he's jumped in with the Arena, and he's got Jabs on that Rubik. DJ, he's trying to save Jabs, he's TPing out of there, he's gonna make it! He is well and truly out, as now they may be able to turn around. Mid one, he's gonna stand his ground with the flat cannon. Raven might need to back now. Moon, nice spear back to the low ground, but it does not land on anything. So try to chase with the homing missile. Raven still going to be all right. A body shield is there from DJ. Chuen does jump back in with a massive pulse out. Does get Rogi. Aether Remnant actually caught Arfu.
Oh.
Chuen from the low ground, completely blind, gets an Aether Remnant onto the Shadow Demon. That's a Shadow Demon without buyback. And now Fnatic, they might be able to comfortably go back into the Roshan pit.
Is under attack.
Burn still sticking around. Arena is up in 5. He's gone very early though. He doesn't have the help. He's down. All down is out. They've cycloned up the Luna. A big impel there from Rogi, but is it enough? Not quite. Mid one, he doesn't have the follow-up damage, and now the Aether Remnant again, holding him down as they take down Rogi. Astral step in. They've got the big target. They want that gyro, and they're going to get him. Fnatic playing a very clean Roshan fight. And SMG, I doubt they can defend now. With so many heroes down as KP, he will be the full team up if they can get him, and they will. A triple kill out for Raven now on the Luna. And Fnatic, they're going right back into that Roshan pit.
Just way too early on Moons to step up to the pit area. I guess they figured Roche was dropping a bit quick. Not as quick as they expected. Fnatic very disciplined to keep the rest of the team outside, knowing that SMG wasn't going to give up for free. And now they've got the second Roche lined up. Aegis, Cheese, Ag Shard coming out. They've got the Ag Shard onto Chuen. So he's got the Dissimulate now, the bigger Dissimulate, much more mobile once more on the Void Spirit. Double damage as well after. Man, what's up with that? Come on.
Get him out of here. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Another one. I mean, we've got to get a counter on the screen or something with the amount of double damage runes we've been getting around the Roshan timers. It's been unbelievable. Imagine that was before that last team fight, John. What would have happened?
It would have been even harder for SMP if that DD was on Raven earlier. High ground gonna begin. They've got the Satanic on Raven. He had that mid-fight. I think that was really the turning point there. Once Raven had the Satanic on hand, he knew he could dip back in. He could sustain himself. The Fortify is enough to zone them back, though. Respawns are short, so it looks like Fnatic will play it safe, even with the DD pop. Maybe eyeing that tier 2 tower down bot just to completely empty the map could be the safer play here for Fnatic. Looks like they might just be baiting in the triangle though. Just standing around here, we'll see if SMG go for a smoke play and walk into the wrong spot.
Raven, does he have the Daedalus coming out? I'm not 100% sure if he's just going for the casual Chrysalis into the Eye of Skadi. I guess either way, like against the Gyrocopter, that Eye of Skadi going to be very nice. Especially considering mid one did find a Paladin Sword and still has the Morbid Mask up. See, once he finishes off the Satanic, it's not quite as good, but there is still going to be a lot of value there with that Eye of Skadi on Raven. Looks like he is going to choose to ignore the Daedalus build up and rather just go right into that Skadi.
Yeah, I think the stats play is going to be really helpful against Jaro. You just basically outlast him. You look at the difference in HP. Right now, mid one has about 2.8k on hand. Raven has about 2.8k as well. So really even, and whoever gets that Skadi first is going to live a bit longer with these very similar build-ups, and it's up for Raven.
When Spike Carapace is there, he's still alright. 8th Remnant is going to connect. They get a nice purge off though. They've got Raven trapped up. He's going to pop his BKB and try to fight back against KP's Brewmaster. Just waiting for Moon to jump in with that big arena. He's got 3 targets there and will jump in, but no arena to fly out. They won't go yet. They're waiting for that right moment, but now Moon might be in a spot of danger as the Rolling Thunder is going to rush forward here from Death, and they've got him. No disruption. Is there in time? Do they have enough though? Not quite. They've got him. In fact, they're going after mid one now. He pops his BKB and tries to go for a run. In fact, he'll turn around now with the Flak Cannon. Is it enough? Raven, he's dropping low, but he's still got the Aegis and he's got the damage anyway. Juen jumps in again to claim the kill. And mid one, he just finished his Satanic jump, but he's got no buyback gold.
Yeah, that is very scary here for SMG. Their big damage dealer is gone. They're still jumping near the fountain.
No, they want to go. Fu, he's going to drop again. No buyback on the Shadow Demon. Is now KP. He's going to try and run back, but the GG's been called. 33 minutes in. SMG, it looked like they're about to turn it back the other way throughout the middle of this game, but in the end, Fnatic proving to be too strong. SMG, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what to do for game 2.
Yeah, look, draft.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's
Here's the
banned
Radiant
now. The Dire get a ban. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Here's the Radiant ban.
Dire's turn to pick.
Radiant's turn to pick.
League's assassin. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
I think the one big thing is they've got to apply more pressure to Raven. He was left alone for so long. He basically had a free lane once SMG supports left KP alone in the solo lane, and he just had free reign of his triangle. We saw those stacks being taken out early. He just managed to really get that farm up. His item spikes felt more impactful than the gyros early on in that core-to-core matchup. Like, they were fairly even in farm, maybe 1k or 2k ahead on Raven, not enough to really overwhelm. But it's just that the gyrocopter's timings didn't feel like it lined up to face off against the Luna in that mid-game spike it got. And I think that's the one thing SMG has to do better. Handle Raven's lane more. He does get these big win condition
5
heroes for
seconds
Fnatic,
remaining.
and I think if you can put a lid on it, it'll force Fnatic to kind of reapproach the game, kind of put more pressure on Death and Chuen to make more plays while stalling out for Raven, and that could rattle them up a bit. So we'll see if SMG do shift towards that aggression here in the second game. And SMG, they had some shining moments. Moon was handling his lane nicely on mid. He hit this blink timing. They just didn't find the targets they want, and this worries me. The draft is shaping up. Fnatic, they take that Luna once again for Raven, so they're feeling confident in what Raven did on that Luna. And to be fair, he really did have a really good time in that last game. 17-1 in terms of total kills and deaths. And they've got the Enchantress now as well, which we know Fnatic love to play. It allows them to stack out camps fast. It allows them to scout out the opposing camps as well. And it's interesting that SMG take the Darkseer against the Ench. Like you always pointed out, but Surge is not going to feel great because it's dispellable, so you don't have an easy way to run out of that lane. The Iron Shell is still annoying, and down the line, the wall replicants are going to be really big coming out from the Luna. You've got the Vac and Impale combination with Nyx on hand as well. So there is some good team fight shaping up for SMG. We just have to see them apply that pressure onto the Luna now.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm keen to see if Fnatic just kind of last ban, say, the Terrorblade here. We saw them do it last time. just to protect the Luna. Still an option for SMG. Still really impactful with the reflection as well. So I think Fnatic's going to have to use that on the TB versus Luna matchup. Terrorblade does feel like it kind of hits the same spikes as a Luna, but it's a lot stronger because of Metamorphosis. Like, its damage output just can't be matched by a Luna in that mid-game spike. Maybe by the late game you can kind of go against it, but by then a Terrorblade will have Refresh, will have the Ags up in some form, so he's always going to have that Metamorphosis to get that damage boost. That's the one thing I can see sliding in here for SMG on the safe lane for mid 1 if it's left alone. I think other options as well, looking at Moon heroes, they have sort of left alone the Riki and the Bounty Hunter that we've also seen Moon play, and going back to that point with Moon's Mars last time, it's always these more active heroes that it feels like Moon kind of shines best with this iteration of SMG. He just sets up the tempo for the team, he gets his body out forward. They actually prioritize the Riki over the Terrorblade as well. So Fnatic are more willing to go against this mid 1 TB, willing to go against a Reflection compared to that active Riki for Moon.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Lion. Dire's turn to pick.
Yeah, it's going to be really impactful. All the spells from every hero is actually super good on the Rubik. So that's something SMG will have to watch out for. And they're always going to have to drop a spell, right? Like, you can't ensure that your line gets his Earth Spike Hex combo and immediately gets the mana drain off so the Rubik can't steal. You can't guarantee all of that just won't slip away. So the Rubik has tons of value. I think for SMG, just looking at the strengths, you mentioned a double stun. This is pretty much a double Ravage here, right? Vac, Wall, plus Earth Spike, plus Impale. Lots of good AoE control with this combination on SMG. It does feel like they kind of go all in on that aspect. They don't really have, say, a saving support in the hand here. They're going to have to rely on the Ags on the Darkseer to have some form of burst healing with the Iron Shell HP. And beyond that, nothing like the Abaddon, no room for that. They do go into the Lifestealer here for SMG, so they've got this big, tanky front line that can just hold its own. Has natural spell immunity, so the Luna, the Ench, the Pango, the Rubik, it's not going to feel too annoying for the Lifestealer in some of these fights. And it does give them an option to kind of heal up a big core in the middle. Like, the Infest saves are really the big aspect of Lifestealer that has come to the front very recently. Like, we've just seen so many big plays saving that spell to bail out your other core and stall out the fight that you just win by attrition. So we'll see if SMG can get that done. I think with this kind of lineup, there is a lot of room on your mid lane here for SMG in particular to have something greedier for Moon, so he doesn't need to take this more active role. We'll see if they'll take that spot. Like, the Spirit Brothers are still on hand if they want to go that route. I guess if they want an active position, Bounty Hunter can kind of line up. I mean, Bounty Hunter plus Iron Shell plus an infested Lifestealer is pretty strong and can snowball fast, but it also tapers off really quick. So I'm not quite sure where SMG wants to go. Probably just looking for something that scales better for Moon here.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Dire's turn to pick.
Yeah, it could line up here for SMG. It still plays really nice with that VAC combination. VAC, LSA, but all the control, it's a ton of control. And even down the line, like we don't see it too often now, but the Ag Shard plus all of that AoE, just one Laguna into a straight line. Oof, that's tasty if you could see that come out.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Imba Spirit. Ten seconds.
Yeah, it could still line up. Good damage coming out. Benefits greatly from Luna Aura as well, right? With the added damage, if you're running together, you get Fiery Soul up. It doesn't feel like you'll need too much more items to actually get running there if you want the Lina. You could also go for, I suppose, the Void Spirit once more if you just want a Spirit Brother matchup to get some more activity here for Chu Wen. He was doing a good job of holding back the backline, and I think that's maybe something Fnatic could use. Some follow-up to the Pangolier. The Pango can just jump in. We saw Death do it last game. Roll around once the Blink's up. Very easy to reposition. He needs a hero to kind of play with him on the same page. And the Lina, can do that to an extent, but we don't tend to see, say, Blink Linas too often, so it can be hard to reposition yourself to reach into those softer backline heroes. But could still work out. They go with the Doom instead, so they've got the mid-Doom on hand. They've got really good control for the Ember, potentially even the Life Stealer as well. We tend to see, say, a build-up into the refresh down the line. The one issue I have with Doom is it can be slower to play. Like, you just play with Devour, you will have a stable lane, you will build farm, but the tendency is to go into Midas. Maybe you get one or two early uses of Doom. You will, in general, just farm up, wait for the Blink to come up, wait for more items to be up, and that can maybe interfere with the Luna farm. We haven't seen that really be an issue, but if SMG is more active here, that map space will shrink, and it might be awkward to share farm between Chu Wen and Raven this game.
10 seconds.
I think SMG, if they play fast, can really shut down the map quicker. They've got these early spikes out with the Darkseer, with the Ember Spirit that they can play with. The wall is going to be really annoying against Raven. He might have to opt for an earlier BKB here if he wants to join these early fights. And again, that farm split up between Luna and Doom can feel a bit awkward. You've got longer cooldowns to worry about on Fnatic. SMG doesn't have as long on their big cores. They can be much more active. I still feel overall Fnatic's draft is the safer bet, just because their win condition with the Luna scales a lot better than the Lifestealer. And for SMG, it feels like it's going to have to shift towards Moon more than mid-1 as the game goes late. And the Ember's going to really have that weight here.
Game number 2 between Fnatic and Team SMG. So again, SMG one game away from being knocked out of the loop at Pro Series 7. Well, they're one game away from forcing to a Game 3, but Fnatic one game away from making maybe spook the side of Fnatic and catch them with their pants down. SMG, they're doing that classic group up in the mid lane and see if anyone from Fnatic wants to run down to the low ground. It's like Fnatic are not going to oblige though. They'll wait it out and we'll see if there's any kind of level 1 team fights. But that's kind of been lacking a little bit. I don't think they should go for a level 1 team fight on either side, but you never know. A lot on the line here, they might just run at each other.
It feels a lot better for SMG. Earth Spike plus Impale, double stun with an Iron Shell can get dicey for Fnatic if they're not careful. So I think it's actually better for SMG if someone runs up. They're probably going to win out there, maybe force some early spells on ideally, like say an early Nature's Attendance from DJ just to sustain. Let's see if they do fully commit.
They are now. DJ, the quick spear out. No impetus either. Saving that skill point. And it looks like SMG, they're going to be able to get away with 3 here. So Fnatic unable to try and sneak another. So it's going to be a 3-for-1 trade. A great start here for SMG. And Fnatic, they definitely weren't too confident running into the SMG at this level 1 mark. I suppose it goes back to what you said. There's just so many stuns available on SMG. You don't really want to risk going to that big team fight. Instead, they'll go back to the respective lanes, and you will have Raven and DJ in the safe lane against KP and Arfu. We talked about this lane earlier in the draft, John, but refresh us. Do you think that KP and Arfu have the advantage, or would you believe that Raven and DJ should be all right here?
They're going to be alright in terms of at least getting a steady sorts of farm. Saw KP already just spam 3 Iron Shells on the creep wave, just trying to burn through early on. And Raven, it's a bit tough. He doesn't have the greatest range as a ranged hero here, and Afu's doing the right thing, pulling the wave. It's just he's dropping too low here.
Yeah, he hasn't got Spy Carapace either. Raven, he'd love the first blood gold, but DJ's the one that's going to take it. I suppose it does go back to the drafting stage, right? Like, it's not easy to go against an Enchantress. Always very difficult. And you can always have the Lucent Beam spam there from Raven as well, just for that added damage. And well, you can already see KP. He just wants to secure farm. He's not too interested in kills right now. He understands the safest place to get the levels up first, and then think about going for the kills.
Yeah, and it's just going to be a much more passive lane coming out overall for the side of Fnatic. It's down to SMG to hit that level 3 spike. So we'll see how long it takes for KP to get that level 2 Iron Shell up. It's just trying to be as disruptive as possible, but Raven, again, off to a pretty good start. A bit slower in the CS than you'd expect, but this should escalate, and you can see KP, he is just forced to pull the wave while he can.
Of course, over in the mid lane as well, you've got Moon there against Chuen, and right now Chuen's doing a great job of just harassing Moon out on that Ember. So that mid Doom, he does hit quite hard early on, and of course with the Scorched Earth, he can kind of just run you down. And while that's happening top lane, Jabs and Rogi both end up dropping. Jabs able to secure the kill before he does drop, however. So definitely favorable for Fnatic. However, mid one, he is providing a lot of harass back the way of Death. It's not really going to be much more than enough to really force him out. Death, he's got a set of tangos there. He should be just fine. Mid one, though, going to move in again with Rogi now with the Earth Spike. But Death, we actually used the Swashbuckle already. The Hex is out. Rogi, he's caught him, and Death. Oh, he's going to drop. Very nice Hex timing there from Rogi. Jabs is unable to do much, and Death will get the sticker out. Mid one will back off now with Rogi. Getting a bit of harassment there onto Jabs.
Really good kills coming out, and this is where, you know, having these stun supports really helps the cause. Level 1 Swash, cooldown's fairly long. Mid 1, he's always protected with a Rage on hand, so he's not going to feel too bad, and when he does go for the right-click trade, he can lifesteal a lot better. Even though right now level 1 it's not the most sustain for lifestealer, still feels good enough to just hold the lane, keep farming despite the lack of regen. Great start so far for the lifestealer. You do have to worry about how much CS you miss out on. You can see mid 1 sitting at 8-2. In that sense, Det is doing his job. Raven will always out CS him. He will always do better in the jungle. And that's the one aspect of Lifestealer versus Luna that doesn't feel great for Lifestealer. You just can't really keep up with that flash farm even in the jungle.
Absolutely not. It is much more determined on whether he's willing to fight with the team or not, that's for sure. Moon and Chuan again going at it. Now Moon ahead in terms of CS, so he has managed to catch up quite nicely here on this Ember. Chuan, or rather Chuen, is he's just devouring. You know, it's a Doom after all. He's always going to be able to pull ahead in terms of the net worth. Still, they are evening out very nicely. Moon, we've seen him on this Ember quite a few times, and he's just quite fantastic on the hero. Nice little rotation in from Arfu as well. He does manage to deny the other water rune away from Chuen. DJ, he's going to find Arfu now. Might even be able to snipe the courier. Chase him down with the shockwave out with that Satyr Tormentor. Again, Arfu, level 2, but still can't really do much on the Nyx Assassin. Still can't really try and abuse DJ or Raven. At least does get the Spy Carapace out in time to return that damage back the way of DJ, but it wasn't really that high anyway.
And this is where you know, you can see DJ really maximizing that Enchantress, getting a nice creep on hand, the Hadouken creep with the HP regen aura, so you've got a lot more sustain to play with. Fu, he just can't do as much with this duo. We're not seeing them tank up and go forward. The aggression's just not quite lining up there for KP just yet.
It certainly isn't. Raven 28 and 8 right now on this Luna. Treads up. Gonna feel a lot safer with those. KP, you just see it. Every time he tries to get even remotely close to Raven, he's gonna be chased down. DJ could not get the enchant off. However, Raven is still getting plenty of vision. Fu's gonna move in, gets a nice impale, but he'll be enchanted up, and they'll just wait out the Carapace timing. In fact, DJ will actually take the kill himself. I don't think that was quite on purpose. I think he wanted to just get one more hit to allow Raven the last hit. Regardless, though, they are able to get the kill, and they will even force KP back towards the fountain.
And you're really seeing that difference between pause 1 start to line up. Raven 32 to 10, mid 1 19 to 5. They are also matching their offlaners, which is good news for the offlanes, but it does feel in this kind of trade Fnatic is winning out. They're just getting that early start in Luna. Their Doom is still finding farm mid. He's not bullied out. He's still able to play with Devour, and you will hit this mid-game spike once certain items are up for both of these heroes. SMG, Moon.
Chuan, he wanted that Doom out. Not sure if he was completely pump faking, because I don't think they would have quite had the damage anyway. Quick tip out to Moon. He was right with the Remnant anyway. It was top rune where the power rune did spawn up. Now Jabs, he's actually going to run right into him. Rogi was there just waiting on the high ground, and Jabs may have just assumed they weren't sitting in the triangle, but Moon does go back for the extra bounty, and he does get away with it.
Great pickup here for SMG Moon. That's going to help him accelerate into the phase boots. So he's going to hit that timing on the Ember. Phase boots, Orb of Corrosion, and that's when you can really rip into these heroes once the higher levels of Sleight of Fist are up. So he can take an active position on this Ember very, very shortly. Once that damage is added on, the question is what lane to go to. We see KP. KP?
Yeah, Doom is out. Chuen not playing around as now the enchant is there into the stomp. They'll have plenty of damage. Even though there are illusions, they aren't going to prove to be enough as Chuen. He had the Scorched Earth anyway, so he could definitely just chase him down infinitely. That Doom was going. Top lane, meanwhile, they are going to try and make the play onto Jabs here as Moon has rotated and will Remnant in quite deep with the disarm. And another disarm is there from Death. He will not allow the damage to fly out, and now Moon, he is taking tier 1 tower damage, still trying to get Jabs. He will get him in the end, but it's not worth his life. Can he get out? Not quite. Death. He's on the mark with the swash. And in all fairness to Moon, that was very unlucky. He copped 2 disarms in a row. And that's just something you don't expect going into that top lane.
You got to respect the skill shot there on Det, and now Fu down mid. Bit of a chase.
Now, Enchant is there. Impel does land nicely. Gets close enough to the tier 2 tower where he'll have the savior there in Rogi. 5 to 4. Very slight net worth lead the way of Fnatic. We have seen this story before, though. In fact, we just saw it last game. Raven, he's still having a very free lane. And it's about time he starts moving into that jungle now. All the stats he does have, almost has the Dragonlance up. You've got to be very careful as SMG to not allow the repeat to happen in game 2.
It's just a really smooth start for Raven. He doesn't have as many stacks, although pressure on mid.
That there is. Got Chuen there on the Doom. Nice pickup, or maybe not. Rogi's still in danger, but the Remnants are out. Moon, he'll make sure they secure the Doom kill. Very nice pick off and rotation from those supports. However, bottom lane KP in trouble. Look at the body blocks out. DJ doing a great job with that Dark Troll Summoner. That'll be his 3rd kill of the game already on this Enchantress. Raven not quite getting any of them, actually sitting on 4 assists, but Raven's more than happy as long as he's hitting creep, so he won't mind that.
Yep, you're still building up anyway. You're number 2, sharing number 1 in that word with your Doom. So you are building up. You're matching someone with natural gold gain with the Devour. and you're in a pretty good spot. Not a massive lead. SMG still within the batting range here. Your life stealer is actually only 400 gold behind, which is really good for mid 1 considering he can't clear creep waves as fast. And Moon, he's got the phase boots up, Orb of Corrosion ready, probably just waiting for maybe a couple more small item pickups before looking for the rotations. They will have to start thinking about them soon. SMG, they're clumping up bot, but so is Fnatic.
Be a pretty big team fight here between these two. Raven, of course, is the main target. Arfu's going to move in with the Vendetta and the Impel with the Iron Shell. They're going to have more than enough. They are still chasing KP down, but whether he goes down or not really doesn't matter because it's a great trade there for SMG. They might try to save KP in time, but Death does manage to get it with DJ. Mid 1, he has rotated on the Lifestealer, and they might be able to, but no, Death, a great swashbuckle out, should be just fine to get himself out. But again, you got a decent trade there between Raven and KP, and that's all that's going to matter here for SMG.
Yep, it's a great way of slowing down Raven's farm. We talked about that from game 1 where he had 2 free of the lane. So now there's some pressure coming in, and his triangle again isn't as stacked up as it once was. So his pacing's going to be a lot slower in the flash farm, even with that farm advantage over a life stealer and clearing out camps. If you don't have many big camps, it's not going to feel amazing. So SMG, they get to line up for that bot tier 1 push. The side of Fnatic kind of pressuring up top. DJ Jabs just looking to shove in that creep wave a bit. They're gonna need a core to really help them get some damage off. Chuen is around the area. TPs are coming in though, so it looks like they're not willing to give it for free, and of course Ember Spirit, Moon can just clear out fairly safely here.
That he will. They've still got that siege creep going, which is what really matters here, but Moon is going to be able to at least get rid of that creep wave. And eventually the siege creep will fall. They do glyph it up to buy a bit more time, and of course mid 1 is still slowly pushing away at the bot tier 1 tower, but unlike Fnatic, mid 1 is going to be able to take it. Nobody around to defend here from Fnatic, so it is going to be another positive trade going the way of SMG. I suppose for Fnatic right now, just not feeling 100% confident to move into SMG to go for a big team fight. They may gather again at that top lane and try to continue to force in on that tier 1 tower, but you look at every creep wave that's flying in, Moon just takes care of it with the Flame Guard. They just can't get through.
Yep, it's just doing a great job by himself to prevent that push. It's buying a ton of space for SMG to farm up under other heroes. Afu, he is vendetta'd up. There is a smoke here from Fnatic. If he could be in the right spot, he could break it.
It's just about to run into them. He will narrowly avoid as they are looking at Death in the mid lane. KP does go for the surge. Swashbuckle committed. Rolling Thunder's out. Death, he's going to go right into the backlines of Fnatic. Ooh. They have caught them red-handed. Hand in cookie jar. SMG going to lose 2 supports as Death. He's not even going to bother trying to stun KP. He sees mid 1 and will try to move away from the Lifestealer. But they've already got a great trade. 2 supports for nothing. All it cost them was a Rolling Thunder in the end.
Great kills to get. Not quite the big kills you'd want, but that does give you enough room to look to apply some more pressure on the map and protect your Luna. Raven gets back to farming, has the Dragon Lance up into the Yasha, not too far off. The spikes here for our Lifestealer are pretty on point though. Mid 1 is only about 200 gold behind this time, and again, that's considering Lifestealer can't farm as much as Luna can. So you're not quite getting that advantage yet for Fnatic. SMG's doing a great job in just keeping up and maintaining map control with their towers up with their Ember Spirit to defend. And as long as it kind of holds steady like this, you're pretty happy on SMG's part. You do worry about the eventual build-up, like Chuen is still an issue. He's got the Midas, he's just been allowed to really free farm on the Doom. BKB not too far off. And once you've got that Doom BKB, he can just stand there, tank up for the team, and start to really seek out those big Doom targets.
I love the fact that Chuen's even got the other chain lightning going on that Doom. Like, he's got a bit of wave clear now on this Doom, and it's just kind of cute to see. I don't think he has the greatest mana pool for it, but then again, it's only 50 mana as bot lane Death does end up getting caught out there by Arfu and KP. That's a pretty nice pick-off for SMG. They're not really going to find much more, but it does seem like KP, he's getting very close to the Aghanim Scepter now, and things are going to start to escalate quite a bit once you do have that Aghs up. SMG, they're going to even try to force in that mid-tier 1 tower now. Fnatic, they're not really around to defend yet. Of course, they don't want to allow this to go down, so they are slowly moving their way in. But mid one is rather confidently hitting that mid tier 1 tower with no repercussions as of yet.
You know?
Jab's getting a lot of information though with this Vendetta.
Oh,
that is not the real Moon, however. A nice spade out from our Ember, and now they're going to find the real target they wanted. They got the Rubik, but they won't be able to commit all the way. You still have Death around Moon, just trying to chip at the Rubik HP pool. Even Raven now going to show up on the Luna, and Moon again will scout this out and immediately back off. So they force the whole side of Fnatic to rotate mid, and they won't really get anything out of it.
Yeah. And the tower still stands, which I guess in the end is all Fnatic really want, just prevent that push from coming out. But it's time where they're not farming efficiently on Chuen, time where Raven's not really able to just get free control of the lane as well. And that is giving more breathing room here for SMG. Right, like they are doing a great job of stalling out for the Ags on KP, 200 gold away. So that's the big spike. Iron Shell on an Ember, plus 300 HP with a burn from the Flame Guard. It's a lot of damage, although...
Yeah, top lane, fingers out. They've got DJ, and eventually they'll be able to get through him. Easy pick up there for SMG. Unfortunately for Rogi, he didn't quite get the finger charge, but... Well, bot lane now, Fu's going to be chased down. Spy Carapace, though, is going to allow him the time to get out, and they just could not get any form of disable in time. Very unfortunate there for Fnatic, but great news for SMG. And now these timings, John. Aghanim Scepter up on KEB, Maelstrom available on Moon. It is about time they try to force in that mid-tier 1 again.
They've got the damage, they've got some form of sustain with the Iron Shell HP. And they're just even applying pressure onto Raven. Just the presence of mid 1 causes Raven to kind of pull back. Again, he's just not farming as freely as he'd want. Can he find him here, though?
Have to be a blind impel from Fu, and it's not going to come out. Rolling Thunder, Death, going to commit it, has the blink, will catch out KP on the Darks here. Again with that Ags, he is going to be a little bit tankier, but they definitely want to try and burst him down. Still, he is tanking through it as they get another Iron Shell out on mid 1 now. And Death, he's going to have to swash away. Meanwhile, Chuen does move in, and now the Eclipse is out. They'll at least get Fu to start. They'll lose that top tier 1, and now mid 1 will just rush forward with the rest of his team. Hex is there. They've got Chuen, and now a very nice wall being dropped by KB. Does even catch Raven. They'll take the Chuen kill on that Doom, and that's going to be enough for SMG. Back to the farming game for them.
Their fights are lining up here in SMG. They've got the superior control. They've got the jump capability with their Ember. Fnatic, they can't quite reach it to the back outside of just Rolling Thunder. And again, there's nothing to follow through. Maybe once you get this blink timing on Chuen, it starts to feel a lot nicer. You can just look to blink in, Doom up Moon, and you run from there, or just Doom up KP. Either one's actually a pretty good target. Issue is they have to wait more. Fnatic's draft just a bit slower on their spikes in items and levels, and SMG's just doing a good job of abusing that. Like, they're just so active with the Ember online like this. Even mid 1 can just show up, do a ton of damage on the Lifestealer. Sanj and Yasha almost fully done, and those stats are just maybe a bit too much to handle.
Oh, Raven! They have caught out the Luna. Raven, he's going to drop Chuen. He's going to move in with the Doom out onto KB, and the Rolling Thunder's also there from Death. They'll try to punish back. Now they've got Moon as well. This could be well worth it if they can get this kill, and they've got him. All right, so you lost Raven, but you got the mid and the off lane of SMG, and now even in snare out on Rogi, they've got a third target. He'll get a Hex out onto Death, but it is not going to be enough. A 3-for-1 trade. Yes, you got that carry Luna, but you gave a lot away for that. Jabs, he'll give the tip over to Raven. Nice bait, Raven. Well done, sir.
Yeah, I mean, you'd still not want to bait with your pause 1, but, you know, if it does shape up that way, you might as well give him a tip. Make him feel better about dying, because he's going to be whinging at you all day. Still, for SMG, the good news is that mid 1 is out-farming the Luna for now, and you can see mid 1's damage on Chuen is actually pretty good. So the Lifestealer is at the point where he can rip through some of these heroes. He's got a lot of sustain. SMG just need to kind of play as a team. And now they know Doom is down, so they don't have to worry about that big spell for a minute 20. That makes it easier to actually start lining up for some of these ganks once more.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely happy days right now for SMG as they're going to move themselves into that mid lane. They'll go back up top. He's controlling that triangle. DJ, he's going to TP out at the exact right time. They've still got Death up there, but He's got a blink, he's got a TP, and he should be just fine as well. Fnatic, they're not even going to bother chasing him down anyway. His death looks like he will go for an extra creep wave, as he does now see them in the mid lane. Mid one though, with this armlet S&Y up, he's feeling rather confident to just move in. They'll lift him up, but he's a tanky boy now. Chains out from mid one, not gonna, rather Moon, not gonna land. And Fnatic, they've got to try and defend this mid lane. Thing is, they really haven't got anywhere near their power spikes yet with this draft. So they are just trying to play the delay game here against SMG. They can't do that for much longer if their objectives keep getting taken down like this.
They've really got to be able to kind of juggle how far they're willing to go for the defense and how far they're willing to sacrifice for those objectives. They will smoke up, trying to force a fight outside. If they catch one, big one, mid one.
Yeah, mid one, he's going to get caught. Lift is there. Chuen immediately going to throw the Doom out. The help is coming in, but the Rolling Thunder's there from Death. And now mid one is very low. In fact, he's going to burn out. They'll even find KP on the darks here. And Afu is going to try and survive somehow, but there's just no chance. And Fnatic, I mean, I just said they weren't within their power spike, but as long as Doom's up, they feel confident enough to go for a smoke, and they find another good team fight.
And that's the one spot where SMG's maybe not hitting their mark just right. And they knew Doom was down for a long time. They couldn't rotate out. They couldn't find the targets. And it's down to Fnatic playing really well. They just split up. And they work the lanes as far as possible. They've got the good vision to play with to ensure that the greedy play isn't punished. And if SMG can't catch you while Doom is down, then you're still kind of winning out. You've still got the Luna farming. She's within 500 gold of that Life Stealer, so it's not too bad for Raven. He's still hitting some good farming spikes. Moon still lagging behind even Raven now, and severely behind Chuen with the Devour Midas, as you'd expect. Could look for a play on Raven, but he's fairly close to the tower, so not really the target to go for. And SMG have to really start looking for some angles here. They are starting Roshan slowly but surely.
Moon's kind of keeping them distracted in this top lane. Fu now going to show up. Like you said, Roshan has begun, and well, with the Iron Shells, it won't take too long with that added DPS. Fnatic, they might have a bit of an inkling that this is happening, though, as they get some wards down, but still won't see inside the Roshan pit. They are nearby. Death, no, he knows. He'll go for the Rolling Thunder. Immediate surge out from KB. They're going to see the HP pull of the Roshan, but they're not going to catch anyone with that Rolling Thunder. Now, SMG, they might want to try and force the fight, and they'll get a nice chains out. They've got DJ on the Enchantress. Finger out with the Infest will be enough. Without the Rolling Thunder, Fnatic, they won't be able to fight this Roshan. They're going to have to let it go down the way of SMG.
Yeah, it's a pretty big objective to give out. At the same time, it's Roche number 1. So at least you're not giving out cheese, you're not giving out an Ag Shard, and I think it just gives you a little bit more breathing room to give out the first Roche compared to Roche 2. I think that was Roche number 2, you'd see Fnatic actually throw their bodies for it to actually just prevent that from coming out, and that should give SMG some more to play with. They drag back that 3k lead down to just 1k, 1 to 2k, and they can look for the angles. Now, issue is Roche took long enough, and that the big spells are back up and running. Doom is back up, Eclipse is back up, Rolling Thunder not too far off. So I'm not really sure if SMG will want to actually look to be aggressive with that Aegis up, because the best Fnatic will do with that is just ignore the Aegis carrier, Doom up someone else, and just kind of look for the numbers advantage once more.
Nice information here from Arfu. Impel is there. Nobody's jumping in to try and help out Jabs, and Jabs just going to die. Death, he'll blink forward with the Rolling Thunder, and they will at least be able to find a trade in the position 1s, or rather 4s. Arfu, though, he's still alive, and now KP's going to come in. They're going to surge back the other way. Oh. Death, Rolling Thunder about to wear off. He needs to find a way out, but it looks like it is not going to work. They will punish, finding a 2-for-0 trade, and now Remnant forward. Moon, he wants to go for a bit more. Nobody around to quite catch out. SMG, still, the aggression is paying off. Fnatic, they've just got to keep biding their time.
Yeah, they just have to have faith in Raven, faith in Chuen to kind of carry them through with the Doom usage, with the right-click damage that your Luna can bounce around as the game goes on. This is SMG's strong point. 20 to 35, maybe 40 minutes is when this lineup really excels, and they are playing around that well. They're pushing in that bot tier 2. Mid one's just very hard to kill off. He is saving up for the Scotty next on the Lifestealer. So more stats to come out, even more obnoxious slows with the right clicks if you just let him twack away. And that could make it a bit painful here for Fnatic to keep the chase up down the line. Despite that though, Fnatic, they still maintain the 2k lead. That might just be boiling down to Chuen, of course, with the Devour and the double and the Midas on hand. So could
yeah, speaking of Chuen, Arfu gets in with the Impel. He does have DJ to try and help him out. But SMG, they're moving their way in. Moon, KB, they are slowly coming in. DJ might be the only target they could really hope to go for. Vacuum is going to reach Arfu. He does have the Impel. The chains, they won't actually land to DJ. Oh no, now that mid one's here, there's not really much of a chance of him getting out. The slow is just way too high for mid one. That's going to get him one step closer now to that Eye of Skadi on the lifesteal.
Yeah, it's very close. The least thing Fnatic does do is take out that mid-tier one. Raven, is he trying to bait with his illusions?
I'm not 100% sure. They're going to know it's the real one from the back end. Arfu gonna be fine as now mid one's rushing in. Raven, he's gonna BKB TP away. Meanwhile on the backside, Rogi has been caught, but now they've got Chuen. That's a big target to catch out, and there's no help coming. Chuen's gonna be left to die as SMG. Another great trade. They've still got the Aegis up. They've even got a siege creep. It might be time for that mid-tier 2 tell.
Yeah, they're just gonna get that push in. They've got a lot of protection, still a minute and a half on that Aegis. So a ton of time here to get that work done. Fnatic, I mean, that was an interesting play from Raven, but the moment they figured it out, they just got a free Luna illusion, just ran them down. They can hold high ground though, and on the respawn they will have Doom up, so they can still force this fight out.
It seems like it's just going to be all about waiting out that Aegis timing there on mid one. In fact, SMG naturally understanding this are going to back off before that Doom is back up. As long as they control the map, they're more than happy with the way this game's. He's just 1,000 gold away from that Eye of Skadi now. Still a bit of a group up here from Fnatic. They might go for an immediate smoke out with Chuen. No, they choose not to. They'll sit back. They'll just farm the mid wave. That is gonna buy the time for mid one though, who'll have the Eye of Skadi up next team fight. Maybe he won't have the Aegis, but that Eye of Skadi gonna make him a lot tankier and a lot more of a nuisance to try and deal with. They do see him in that mid lane. They're staring him down right now, John. Chuen. No, they're not gonna go in. They'll leave him be.
Yeah, I think they understand where that Aegis, it complicates things. They can't just get the Doom off and hope to find that full kill. They have to be a bit more patient here on Fnatic. And they are inching towards a power spike. Crystal is being lined up here on Raven into the Shard. It's gonna have safe damage to deal out, and they get a smoke play now. Aegis expires. This is really good timing.
It is. It won the main target. They'll get the Doom off immediately with the lift up, and now the Rolling Thunder in from death with the Eclipse from Raven. They land everything perfectly, and John, would you believe it? It's based off the great vision there from Fnatic.
Yeah, they just had a ward up right there, giving them that information on hand. They get a good jump in, and again, it's that patience. They knew the timer, they knew the Roche timer. This is why in your pubs, kids, when you play your pub games, ping the timer, copy paste it, and just make sure you know.
Oh, let's spike out Chuen. He's going to BKB up and try to force a fight. Moon still has one remnant available, so he should be okay to get out. Arfu now going to try and turn this one around with the Impel out, and they have it. Chuen, he'll get a tip immediately out from mid one. Get that Iron Shell. Just having that added damage you need with Arfu to really get the kill.
Yeah, you can't really overextend there for Chuen. Good punishment coming out from SMG, knowing that once the BKB fades, Doom without Doom is not that scary. And they managed to get the kill, balance this out, losing at mid one here. Fnatic, for their part, I think they're kind of okay. I mean, you're not happy about it, but you are buying Raven that space. So Crystallis is done, and the Ag Shard's flying out. You even have the Paladin Sword here for Raven for that added damage and life steal. So he's feeling good. He can actually stand. They can hold high ground forever, spamming that Lucent Beam, getting the attacks off, and even finds a lot of the tier 4 items here for his team as well. And Quickening Charm going to be very nice on, I guess the Rubik could be really good with it. The Doom, if you're really worried about that Doom, and it does go onto Chuen. Still, they're playing under vision here on SMG's end.
They're going to realize it very soon. Death thought about the Rolling Thunder. No Eclipse up. Be a bit of a risky team fight, especially considering they do have the vac wall, and now the Observer Ward does get pinged out. Roger, he'll move in and take it out immediately. Fnatic, they won't be able to capitalize off that ward any longer. I've got to say, by the way, John Jabs has had a very lucky time. He's got the psychic headband going for himself on that Rubik. Very, very happy man. He's got amazing cast range. They're going to move. Big smoke. Who do they get? It's going to be an illusion. DJ, he's still alright. Mid one. He'll get to work on that Lunar Illusion, but that's going to be about it. Now Arfu, Aeon Disc has been procced. They know they can go for this kill. And there's your Rolling Thunder in from Death. You turn immediately back towards the Nyx. And they'll take him down. It's SMG. They don't want to borrow this. They'll back out without their Nyx. And I say that they are going to move back into the Radiant jungle, but I don't think they're going to be looking for a team fight.
Yeah, it's an interesting take. Both sides playing a lot more cautious. SMG, they're not ahead in that for it, but they are playing against Doom Luna. The fact that Fnatic don't have a wider lead is actually more of a cause of concern here. Another smoke play out from Fnatic. They held onto the Doom. They held onto Eclipse, so they could look for a big play.
Remnant back the other way. Moon, he's gonna know. He won't survive. The lift is there in time. Jabs, he gets to the back wall. KP, he gets 5 heroes in it. But can they capitalize? Doom is out. Mid one, he's been caught. The damage is gonna start flying in, and now the Eclipse is there as well. He's gonna try and run, but there's no way out. Nobody can help him. Onto KP. It looked like he was gonna be the savior, but not quite. A great vac wall, but they just didn't have the follow-up. They're committing the buybacks, but for what? How do you come back in this team fight? They're going to lose Moon on the Ember. Arfu, he will try to run. More buybacks being committed, but who are you going to kill? They do kill off Jabs, but is it worth their time? Moon, he has one Remnant left. They'll enchant him up. He needs a way out of this. He just bought back. He'll Remnant back towards the left, but no, he's on the high ground. He didn't get to the low ground, Moon, no.
Oh my god.
Oh boy, and the tips immediately coming up from Fnatic. Oh, it's the classic Remnant mistake. You hate to see it. And an absolute disaster for SMG.
Oh man, it looked good, right? Like Moon initially managed to juke out a lot of spells. We saw that gigantic vac wall coming out from KP. And then the fight split into 2 parts. Moon was cut off from the rest of the team. They managed to doom up mid one, so their only other big impactful core at that point was taken out of the fight. They did not have the burst damage to deal with Raven. It looks like this Paladin Sword's just enough lifesteal for him to get max value with the Lucent Beam spam, with his Moonglaives, with his damage coming through, and that it does just line up, and that puts SMG in a very awkward spot. They don't have buybacks on a lot of heroes. They're going to have to really fight for this next Roshan, and it is not too far off, about half a minute. So when the Rosh is up, that will still line up with the spells of Fnatic. Doom is going to be up by then. Eclipse is not too far off. Death finds a double damage rune, which is great, you know, right before the Roshan. Unfortunately, it's not going to the Luna. And I have to say, Death, his Rolling Thunders there really secured in that fight. Like, it was split into 2 areas, but he got the control off on his part really well. And it just managed to give them enough time to get the damage off. And SMG, they needed more follow-up to the vac wall. They only had 1 stun fly out. They needed the follow-up impale. They needed to really get their damage flying in that window. And it just didn't fly out quick enough. Now Roshan, again, SMG can't afford to give this out. But without Ember,
Here's the Radiant ban.
Dire's ban now.
Even see Arfu. He's going for the Aghanim Scepter on that Nyx Assassin. And Roshan, it's up in 15 seconds. If they can just...
Radiant's turn to ban.
And there you go, John. Jams, he just stole so many spells as now Death is there with the Rolling Thunder. Arfu trying to hold back Jam. Death. With the Satanic, and he will be able to a little bit, but the Satanic is worn off now. Even Death is there with the Rolling Thunder. He'll try to get mid one on the Nakes. Can he get him? The lift there from Chabs. Trying to get him forward. They do get there in time. Mid one. He's been stunned up 2, 3 times. Perhaps they'll get him. Raven is there with the damage. The rage is not going to be enough. They've got him. Raven with the triple kill. And I love the synergy, John. Jabs, he lifts off Death with the Shards lift. Brings him closer to mid one. So we can connect the roll. It's just fabulous.
You know what else is really good? I didn't notice it in the last fight, but in this most recent fight, DJ, what he does to stop those replicate illusions from being big, he enchants them. So suddenly you have 2 big Lunas hitting. It just hurts that much more for SMG's end. It's not, they can't overcome it. Like, there's just too much. DJ holds on to enchant to steal one of those replicants, and the damage output's just insane. High ground's opened up now. 3-man defense for SMG. Wall, double wall in about 20 seconds. So they do have an angle to take here. They've got a lot of damage coming through as well with Moon if they get the setup. But these towers, these objectives just melt when you're up against Luna.
Oh, that they do. They might have time for Megas here. I mean, without mid one for 35 seconds. Back wall is down. They've got a double of that. Moon gonna jump in as well. Chuen does have that Doom back up. KB spotted danger. Is still gonna be fine, but no Death. He's after that Darks here. He's got the stun down. KB he is gonna drop. He'll buy back, but nobody's dead here from Fnatic. All of them are fine. Everyone backs off and waits for the reset. Back in after Moon. They've got the main target. They've got the Dooms out. And they'll kill him off. No buyback. He is down for 2 minutes. They've got mid one in 3 seconds, but what does it matter? It's a 3v5 scenario here from SMG. They've got to try. T4s are going down rather quick. Mid one, he's going to run in. Impel is there. Nullifier as well, but he's still got the Aegis. Raven, he will try to fight. He will lose his first life. DJ meanwhile getting to work onto KP. Chuen moving forward. He wants mid one. Now the Rolling Thunder. It's there. KP. He's died back. Eclipse is out. Arfu. He'll try to survive through it, but that's it. They've dropped. GG is Coleman. SMG. They are going to be kicked out of the Loop at Pro Series in the place of Fnatic. They will be able to move back into the grand final after a 2-0 victory here in this lower bracket final. And what a game it was.
Man, that was a bloodbath.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to ban.
Players turn to pick. 10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to
Radiant.
pick. Dragon Knight. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Here's the Radiant band.
The sack. The Dire get a ban. Ten seconds.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Ten seconds. Dire's ban now. Ten.
5 seconds remaining. Here's the Radiant band.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
The Dire get a ban. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Shadow Demon. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick.
Ripper.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Brewmaster. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to bat.
Brood Mother.
The Dire get a ban.
Radiant's turn to bat.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now. Ten seconds.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds
Dire's
remaining.
turn to pick.
Hi there.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Puck.
Don't you dare pick Tidehunter.
What?
Now's the time for diplomacy.
Well, that's rich coming from you, Kunka. Ten seconds.
I'm dead.
Prepare for battle. In strength is victory.
A foregone conclusion.
You fought and
30 seconds to battle.
now we get the good stuff.
For once, we're in agreement.
Got you new stubbies, did we?
I'm dead.
I'd usually like my triggers to myself, but I'll make an exception.
You almost had it.
I'm dead.
First blood!
First blood. In your face. We're on sides. Deep of the mist as it turns to black. My name.
Radiant's courier just drowned in a pool of blood.
Nuh-uh.
Thanks.
Throw a line to Radiant's middle tower.
It's Radiant fortified their structure. Like your attack the heroes.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this danger.
This changes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A tithe to the impurities.
Denied.
Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
I'm dead.
What's this? Dire fortified their structures?
I'm dead.
Mine. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower needs some friends.
Same as you, Time.
Dire's top tower is gone. Regeneration.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Radiant's bottom tower is staggering.
Like a drunk sailor.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dire's top tower is about to take the floor.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Dire's bottom tower won't last long. Dire's middle tower is drowning.
I'm dead.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Killing spree!
Ownage!
Dominating!
Dire's middle tower is under pressure.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower won't last long. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Killing spree!
Ownage!
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder.
Fortified structures can't be breached.
I could.
They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower.
A tie to the
prize.
impurities.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder. Radiant think fortification can Dire's save bottom them. Tower won't
Any
last
port in
long.
a storm. Radiant's top tower is on the rocks.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
All in service to balance.
Radiant's top tower just got sent to the bottom.
Really tight, Hunter.
Go for my top.
Dire have the spyglass at hand.
I'm dead.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Killing spree!
Ownage!
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm dead.
อ้าวเสียวจังไดนี่ไหวบ่นี่
Greetings.
bottom tower couldn't withstand the tide. Are Radiant using echolocation? Dire's middle tower is drowning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
They're fishing
Radiant's
for
bottom
guppies
tower
with
faces
cannon
a stiff
fire.
wind. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Which way to start?
They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower. Radiant's top tower is on the rocks.
Dire structures are fortified.
By the board, Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Look at you!
Radiant's middle Radiant's middle tower just keeled over.
I'm dead.
Double damage. Go for my tongue.
It's not even my birthday. I guess it could be.
A tithe to the impurities. A worthy bounty.
Dire's bottom barracks have fallen.
Like stabbing fish in Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
Dire's bottom barracks have fallen.
Dominating!
Has fallen.
Silence. Haste.
Dire's middle barracks have fallen.
That's it. They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower.
Maybe my finger got twitchy.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning for enemies. Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I'm dead.
Park, we're both strangers in this strange land. I'll up the dosage. others.
You merge with the
Killing spree!
Is this how Dire's middle barracks
Dire's middle barracks have fallen.
Shame to tame the tail.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Waves are breaking against Dire's top barracks.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top barracks have fallen. Dominating!
A team that gives up their barracks earns no wrong.
Just what I thought.
Someone should help Dire's top barracks.
Radiant take the game. Is it time to jump ship perhaps?
Coward! Dire's ban now. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Here's the Radiant ban.
The Dire get a ban.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Dire's turn to pick. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to
เสียว
pick.
จังไหนนี่ไหวบอนี่
Dire's turn to pick.
Enchantress.
The Dire get a ban.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban
Radiant's
now.
turn to ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick.
Quick.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Mirana.
Ten seconds. Dire's turn to pick.
Night Stalker.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
The Dire get a ban.
Storm Spirit.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to ban.
The Dire get a ban. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Here's the Radiant ban.
Dire's turn to pick.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Axe.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Choose your hero.
Ow, เสียวจังไดนี่ไหวบ่นี่
Prepare to make way.
Who made you captain?
It's pronounced Admiral.
You're a nightmare.
Thirty seconds to battle.
Looking good.
Now that's what I'm talking about! Now that's what I'm talking about!
Time for another go-round, Tide Hunter.
Bring it on, Sea Dog! Looking good.
Looking good.
First blood! Dire's courier has been killed.
I'm dead.
Looking good.
I'm dead.
Stupendous.
อ้าวเจอกันไหนนี่ไหวบอนี่
Tribute to my house.
Looking good.
Denied!
Son of a...
I won't forget.
Out of my way!
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Here I am.
Illusion. destruction. A tithe to the impurities. Call me Lord no more.
Dire's top tower needs some friends.
Same as you, Tide Hunter. Throw a line to Radiant's middle tower.
It's seeking, just like your shit.
My ancestral home.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What's this? Dire fortified their structures?
Is under attack. Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
That should help.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Radiant's bottom tower is staggering.
Like a drunk sailor.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire have the spyglass at hand.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Radiant think fortifications can
Radiant's
save
bottom tower
them.
faces a stiff wind and a storm.
Dire's middle tower is under pressure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dire's middle tower is drowning.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower just got knocked down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Killing spree! Radiant's bottom tower has rung its last bell. Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Radiant fortified their structures. Attack the heroes. Over here! Killing spree!
I'll do better next time.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Ow, เสียวจังไหนนี่ไหวบ่นี่
Nature attend us. Don't run off.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant structures are fortified.
Stupendous!
On edge!
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Where's the body?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ow, เสียวจังไหนนี่ไหวบ่นี่
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Where are you going?
Axe is blunted. Revile.
Come on, sprites.
Let the fun begin! Double kill!
Your size ain't everything, huh?
On edge!
Ow, เสียวจังไหนนี่ไหวบ่นี่
Shiny!
Kiss the good dude, young.
Blown away. Invisibility.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Dominating!
to take the blood. Kill!
Killing spree! Triple kill!
An abomination. Looking good.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
This sustains. Gold remains.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Shadows take us.
Who stalks there?
That should help.
Over here now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Haste.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Come get healed. Easy shot.
Are Radiant using echolocation? Dire are scanning for enemies.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Looking for me? Here I am. Blow it! Pointing hats from the outside.
Killing spree!
Double kill!
Good day, sir!
Has fallen to the Dire!
Double damage. The prize is mine.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dire are scanning for enemies!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dire's courier just got hurry up!
Radiant's middle tower is double kill.
Let the fun begin! Reviles me.
Trespasser.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Double kill!
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Glorious thanks.
Illusion.
Over here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower.
Allies disappear.
Radiant's top tower is on the run.
under attack.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Double kill.
อ้าวเสียวจังไดนี่ไหวบ่นี่
Middle tower is under attack.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower.
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder.
Radiant's top tower is on the rocks. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Shadows take us.
Scour.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Here I am.
Dominating!
อ้าวเสียวจังไดนี่ไหวบ่นี่
Gold remains.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I've been wanting this.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Killing spree!
Nature attend us. Moon's blessings.
Dire's top tower is about to take the flood.
Radiant's bottom tower has rung its last bell.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Swallowed up by a bigger fish.
And
Radiant's
by
middle tower
me.
has fallen.
Dire's middle tower is drowning.
Radiant's middle barracks have fallen.
Dire's middle tower is under pressure.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Illusion.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Let the fun begin!
Mega kill! Unstoppable!
Double kill!
เสียวจังไดนี่ไหวบ่นี่
Dire structures are fortified. My assets are wicked sins.
Looking good. Looking good.
อ้าวเสียวจังไดนี่ไหวบ่นี่
Now they will suffer.
Radiant's top tower is on the rocks. Radiant's top tower has fallen. They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Radiant's top tower just got sent to the bottom.
Radiant's really top barracks have fallen. Radiant's middle tower just keeled over.
Dominating!
Edge!
Radiant's ancient is under attack.
Monster kill!
Radiant's ancient is under attack. Dire does it. The Radiant Legion is dead in the waters.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now.
Here's the Radiant ban.
The Dire get a ban.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Ten seconds. Dire's turn to pick. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Grimstroke. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
The sack.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick. 10. 10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now.
Templar Assassin.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to ban.
10 seconds. Dire's ban now.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
The Dire get a ban.
Here's the Radiant ban.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Dire's turn to pick. 10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Dragon Knight.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick. 10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now.
Behold the Horn of Magnus.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to ban.
The Dire get a ban.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Lion. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Choose your hero.
Prepare to make way.
Who made you captain?
It's pronounced Admiral.
อ้าวเสียวจังไหนนี่ไหวบอนี่
30 seconds to battle.
At last, the battle begins!
Radiant's bottom tower is staggering.
Like a drunk sailor.
เสียวจังไหนนี่ไหวบอนี่
A tithe to the impurities.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. First blood!
That would make Caden proud.
The hidden ones grin.
Ow, sao chẳng đại nè, quậy bo nè.
Radiant fortified their structures. Attack the heroes!
You dare not.
Throw a line to Radiant's middle tower.
It's sinking, just like your ships.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Have blessed me.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Denied.
Cost of yourself close.
Not my day.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
My thrift rewarded. Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Invisibility!
What's this? Dire fortified their structures?
Dire's top tower needs some friends. Radiant
Same as
think
you, TIE
fortification can save them.
Any port in a storm.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dire's middle tower is under pressure.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
A tithe to the impurities.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Killing spree!
Ownage!
ปล่อยบอล
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
อ้าวเสียวจังไดนี่ปล่อยบอลนี่
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Dire's top tower is gone.
Radiant's bottom tower has rung its last bell.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Coin for me.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Feel fortunate that I do not eat you.
Are Radiant using echolocation?
Waits the next burst of
The Reaper.
The hidden ones have blessed me.
Painted into a corner. Die young and leave a purulent corpse.
Dire's middle tower is drowning.
ปล่อยบอล
Dominating!
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Killing spree!
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Bounty.
Mine.
Mega kill!
จังไดนี่ไหวบอลนี่อ้าวเสียวจังไดนี่ไหวบอลนี่
Gotta strike fast.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What is this?
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Unstoppable!
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
อ้าวเสียวจังไดนี่ไหวบอลนี่
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Standing for enemies.
Dire's top tower is gone.
Dire have the spyglass at hand. They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower.
Your elements purged.
Radiant's top tower is on the rocks.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Double kill!
ไหนนี่ไหวบอนี่
My return is imminent. Hand of God, nature's foulest cloister. I return.
My blades and my mind are as one.
Penance.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower. Radiant are scanning for enemies. Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant's bottom tower is under
อ้าว
attack.
อ้าวเสียวจังไหนนี่ไหวบอนี่
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
attack.
Radiant's courier just drowned in a
Dominating! Triple kill!
Upon you! Face the Father of Fire!
In strength is victory.
And we're underway. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
A tithe to the abilities.
I think you got
你气不气？你气不气？อ้าวเดี๋ยวจังไหนนี่ปล่อยบอลนี่
conclusion.
changes.
Radiant's top tower is on the rocks. Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
My thrift rewarded.
อ้าวเสียวจังไหนนี่ไหวบ่นี่
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Double damage.
Radiant's warrior has been killed.
Has fallen to the Dire.
อ้าวเสียวจังไหนนี่ไหวบ่นี่
A foregone conclusion.
I can't believe what we're
This
seeing!
is
What
my
just happened?
unit. Die by the dragon.
I was practicing my backstroke.
trying to bring down Radiant's top tower. Radiant's top tower is on the rocks. Radiant's middle tower just keeled over. Radiant's top tower is under attack. They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower.
Radiant's top tower just got sent to the bottom.
Really tight, Hunter.
Ownage! Did what I had to do.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks have fallen.
Guess they got inundated.
Ownage!
Nothing impressive.
What did you expect?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Radiant's
attack.
bottom tower has rung its last bell. Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen.
Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
เป็นเกมที่ดี
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Conceal yourself.
Di- Dire's bottom tower won't last long. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Tower is on the rocks. Radiant's top tower is Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks have fallen. Radiant's top barracks have fallen.
They make it under you. Dire victory.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now.
Radiant's turn to ban.
The Dire get a ban.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Terror Blade.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Lion. Ten seconds. Dire's turn to pick.
Dragon Knight.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
The Dire get a ban.
Enchantress.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Dire's ban now. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Here's the Radiant ban.
The Dire get a ban.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick.
Winter Wyvern.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick.
Void incarnate.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now.
In the spirit.
Ten
Here's
seconds.
the Radiant ban.
Ten seconds. Dire's ban now. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Bloodseeker.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Medusa.
Choose your hero. In strength is victory. Prepare for battle. In strength is victory.
30 seconds to battle.
Brilliant, brilliant.
Cast off the line. We embark for battle.
First blood!
Now to finish how it began. This pleases me to no end.
In strength is victory.
I don't think so. Let's not go there.
Bounty.
Throw a line to Radiant's middle tower.
It's sinking, just like your ships.
You think you won?
นี่ไหวบอนี่
You could merely hope to amount.
Radiant's bottom tower is staggering.
Like a drunk sailor.
What's this? Dire fortified their structures?
Dire's top tower needs some friends.
Same as you, Tide Hunter.
Two go together.
Ha!
Killing spree!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's top tower is under attack. Tower has fallen.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
New treasures.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is drowning. Radiant fortified their structures. Attack the
Bottom
hero!
tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dire's middle tower is under pressure.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Radiant think fortification can
Radiant's middle
save
tower
them.
is under attack. Any port in a storm.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Dire's middle tower is drowning. Dire's middle tower just got knocked down.
The spyglass at hand. Welcome back, landlubber. Get any salt in
Finally
your
came up
lungs?
for air.
To restore the void within.
New treasures.
Dire's courier just went belly up. Dire's middle tower is under pressure. Killing spree! Dire's top tower is under attack. Are Radiant using echolocation?
I'll do better next time.
Mega kill! Double kill! Dire are scanning for enemies.
Wait up.
Ow, เจ้าจังไหนนี่ไหวบ่นี่
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Double damage!
Radiant's courier just drowned in a pool of blood.
Never refuse gold given.
อ้าวเสียวจังไดนี่ไหวบ่นี่
Regeneration.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Wounded to my heart.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Coin of the realm.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under pressure.
They can't fight what they can't see.
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Dire's bottom tower won't last long. Dire are scanning for enemies. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Roshan falls again. Black Isle Tower is about to flounder. Dire's bottom tower is under
Don't mind if
double kill!
Radiant's top tower is on the rocks.
Ember strength.
Radiant structures are fortified. They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower.
The target. And they do manage to find the top tier 1, so map space starting to increase. Tier 2s maybe considered the high ground. The gap between Raven and In Your Dream has narrowed down to 1k. So your Terrorblade is actually going to hit that Daedalus time really soon. Opts for it instead of the BKB, and the damage output he'll have, it'll feel a lot bigger than Dusa. Right? Like, you just have so much more damage once you pop Metamorphosis. If you crit off of that, it's very, very hard to deal with, even as a tanky Dusa. And for GXR, it's the issue of Medusa versus Terrorblade. You just need more time on the Medusa to hit those spikes. You even need more EXP. You want that split shot to use your modifiers.
Chuen unable to get the chains off, trying to break the gap to actually commit it. And Lacrity, he's going to TP, and the tree line blocks Chuen off. Oh, that is unfortunate. Well, was he blocked? The jabs just went right through.
Yeah, he just took a wrong guess. He walked southside instead. Didn't get the Sleight of Fist in time to get the chains off. So good dodging there from Lacrity. But that does give information that Mizu's all alone up top.
That he is. Raven, does he want to pop the metal? He may not need to, but he will indeed. Mizu is going to try and TP out with this BKB, I'm sure. TP has been committed. Do you have a way to cancel? Definitely not. The Metamorphosis and Egg both wasted here from Fnatic. GXR, I mean, if you're looking for an opening, it does seem like that opening is going to be right after the Metamorphosis wears out.
That's a big opening for GXR. That's a very big spell to commit from Fnatic. And it comes back to that issue we've been seeing from lane. Their control is not great. They have to kind of weigh their options when they dive something as tanky as the DK. And they are held back for now. They are still trying to get a chase. They're invading the triangle. They're getting some good farm away from GXR. And they could just kind of commit for the top tier 2 if they want to. They, again, hold the Aegis for a little bit longer here. A minute 40 left. It's a lot of time, but meta isn't for long. So it's going to be a bit of a slower process on the shove-in. For the side of GXR, we're also seeing the issue with having a Dusa. The farm just kind of goes into the black hole of that one big core. So it's only really the Dusa that's managing to grow now. Lacrity has lagged behind, Mizu as well. Well, Mizu's Ags is almost there, 800 gold away, so all things considered, the farm is still trickling in. It's not quite at the fast pace you'd want for GXR's draft, and Fnatic, eventually they find that top tier 2. So that's one more outer tower gone, only the mid remaining here for GXR. And Fnatic, as long as they keep that up, as long as they start finding the map and start shutting it down, it can get harder and harder for GXR to build into Adusa's win condition. You're just limited in your farming area, limited in the farm space. Item growth is just not moving that quick.
Oh, Paulison. Oh, Chuen, he didn't believe in himself. Or did he? I mean, the chains were a bit too late. He hesitated for about half a second. What can you do? It was right on the mark as well. Bit unfortunate there for Chuen.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Now,
Dire's bottom tower
top side of the
is
map,
under attack.
depth with DJ and Raven. And all those spells we talked about, they're almost back. The GXR, they didn't find the opportunity to try and take advantage of the timing.
Dire's bottom tower.
They're still committed to the farm game.
Withstand the tide.
Dream working towards the Satanic straight into a Divine Rapier, apparently. So that should be interesting if we get to that point.
Yeah, I think it has reached that point for Dedusa though. You just can't match up against TB's damage one-on-one. Your damage is much more split up. You don't have anything like Metamorphosis to buff you up. No steroids from your team either. It's all down to you and itemizing to kind of close that gap in output, and the Divine's the way to go. And by that point, you should have your 25.
When he gets the chain this time, he's got Alacrity. He cancels the TP off. Bloodright is actually going to connect as well. Alacrity is going to try and run north, but he's all over it on the Ember, getting another chains off, and that's a massive pick off. 75 seconds without Alacrity on the Void Spirit. We'll see what Fnatic can get out of this.
They don't have the Aegis to play with, so they might still play conservatively. You're seeing the Medusa Illusion do quite a lot of work actually, but of course with an Enchantress you can take it to your side. So you can just kind of keep it there, or at least prevent it from doing as much. Last outer tower left here on mid. Fnatic have clumped up around it. On the Chuen is not really there, but you probably don't need him. Just have the Terrorblade hit, and without that Void Spirit to rip through the backline, not many options here for GXR.
Be a tier 2 mid gone.
Just keeled over.
No Aegis up, of course, on Fnatic, so they may not feel 100% confident to keep going. So I say that, Raven, he still has half the duration of the meta left, so it looks like he wants to try and force this. You do have the Ancient Black Dragon available on our DK, though. You're going to be a little bit wary of that. GXR, they can hit back, and there's your Winter's Curse up. They've got Chuen there, Aeon Disc, and Sunray are going to keep him alive. Mizu, he's in with the Dragon Tail Stun. They're throwing everything, but the Kitchen Sink and they'll get him. Egg, though, in the backside. Jabs trying to force them back. They will take down Mizu, but they got the Egg. Time for Fnatic to try and find their way out of this. This is Alacrity. He's going to jump in with the 8th of Remnant and does catch out DJ. There'll be another casualty of this battle for Fnatic. 3 for 1 in the end. GXR, they do successfully defend their high ground.
And if Fnatic was just a bit more patient, there was a DD rune that just spawned up a few seconds ago. So they would have had that tool into the high ground. Maybe just bottle it for the next rush. Instead, GXR find it out. Really good hold coming out from them. Managing to stall long enough for Alacrity to come back in and just kind of work their way up. So DD on hand for In Your Dream. They're going to line up for that tier 2 mid. We'll see if Fnatic can hold out. I mean, without the Ember, it's very difficult. Like, it's the same thing with GXR when they lose their Void Spirit. The Ember is necessary to take care of the backline, take care of the Winter Wyvern before the curse can come true. And without that tool to rip apart some of these supports, the control is much better for GXR. Like, it's just not quite there for Fnatic. They have to rely on Egg. They have to rely on just kind of clumping people around Bloodright to get some semblance of control. And it's just not reliable enough compared to GXR.
Certainly not. And Chuen, he's going to be able to reconnect back now, so Fnatic should be ready to go at any moment, but GXR definitely looking to take advantage of this moment they do have. I wonder if In Your Dream will end up just buying out this Divine Rapier. I mean, right now he may feel like they've got an advantage. Maybe he doesn't need it. But once you've got the gold up, you start wondering, do I? And I still think even though they had a great team fight, that was on their high ground, and that was catching out the Ember to start off the fight. Not every team fight's going to go that way, so In Your Dream, he may still feel it necessary to just go down the Divine Rapier route. Would make us very happy, of course, on the viewer, the spectator side of things. Yep. Always love me a Divine Rapier.
Oh, it's always impactful on Dedusa. Probably the best carrier of that, right next to Gyrocopter. These are the two heroes that really maximize Divine. And it's going to be uphill battle for Fnatic if the Dusa does reach that point. Now, I say that, but the Dusa doesn't really have anything defensive as well. I guess there's the Dispel on hand with Satanic and the Manta, but if you can get through that, just somehow hold in your dream, you could also just try to burst him down and take that rapier for yourself. So it can go either way. It's always a massive risk, but for now, GXR, they've got a ton of room to at least clear out some objectives. Again, mid not going to hold long with that PvP. We're going to find a Roche respawn in about 10 seconds here. So we'll see how long that takes to come online. And Fnatic, they're not going to lose anything major except the outpost. So the next Roshan, if it is quick, can be a bit awkward for Fnatic. But they should have enough time to just recapture, no worries. It is a longer timer here, 2 minutes out. So neither side going to be able to really look for anything major just yet. Probably just going to be back to building up and waiting for that objective.
I mean, Satanic's yet to be built up from Raven. Again, in your dream, he's looking for that Divine Rapier gold builder. Paulson gonna be able to blink away in time, and with the Arctic Burn, he should be just fine to get himself out. There'll be no chase from Fnatic. Love the fact that DJ has gone to this Dragonlance build up now in the Enchantress. Just knowing that, you know, you're at that stage of the game where you can start to be impactful in this Enchantress by just hitting people with impetus. Go for the Dragonlance, and unfortunately wasn't lucky with anything like a Grove Bow, but you can't always be lucky. But unfortunate for him. GXR?
Yeah.
They're a group up in the mid lane. Still a very tense match between these two. But we are halfway through the Roshan timer, and that's going to be the big objective both teams are going to be looking at. Chuen? He'll be alright.
At the least here for Fnatic, you've got the Enchantress, so you can scout out with the creeps. Little Satyr Banisher keeping an eye on Roche. So they'll have the heads up when it is available, and they should be able to get in a good spot to take that fight. Very important for GXR to not let that go. We saw what happened in the last Roshan. They could not deal with 2 lives coming out. They did not have the ideal position to maximize their spells, and the follow-through was just not enough. Still a very, very evenly matched game, especially considering the past few games. This is the closest it's been. 14 to 16, 36 minutes in. Both sides being very patient with each other, just wanting to get their win conditions up and running. And for now, in your dream, I mean, he's still holding that lead, still saving up for Divine, not quite there. And the Roshan is up. So Fnatic sees it first. They know the Roshan's available. They could look to maybe just wait for when GXR starts to walk into it, kind of punish that movement out. But they are just both posturing.
Oh, Chuen, he's right in. Chains out. Gonna catch out with the Sun Ray, the Cold Embrace. Oh, it's barely gonna be enough, but not for long. Chuen does get him, and now Raven immediately moving in with his brand new Satanic up. Keep in mind, Raven doesn't have buyback gold right now. So if he ends up dying, could be a disastrous kind of start as Alacrity. Gonna threaten, but won't commit. The Dragon Tail in the mid lane, just clearing out the creep wave. And there is going to be a buyback from Paulson. It might be too late though. Roshan's down. They're going to juggle the items right now. Rupture's there as well. Joe Cam, he's the one who got caught out. He will go to the high ground. Chuen, he's going to move in, but the Dragon Tail Sun is there from Mizu. Sunray from Japs is going to keep Chuen safe. They won't be able to get anyone. Fnatic, they got every item off that Roshan for free basically. There was no contest from GXR in time. It's going to feel a little bit challenging now for GXR to try and defend this high ground.
They needed to buy back way earlier on Paulson. They rely on that Winter's Curse for these big team fights to set up, and when it's not there, they kind of lose confidence. They will smoke up though. If they manage to waste this Aegis away from their base, I think that's enough to keep them satisfied, keep you farming up for that Divine on the green, but they have to find that angle.
Oh, nice hex out from Joe Cam, but the rest of the team is here. Alacrity, he might need to run, but the Rupture's there. He's going to try and dissimulate out, but I don't think there's a way out. I mean, they're buying time at least to avoid the high ground, but they're going to probably be forced to buy back on Alacrity. If Raven wants to move forward with this, and they may just through the bot lane.
Yep, they've got the creep wave under control. They still have the egg to drop. They've got everything. The Divine is up now for the Medusa, but this is an all-in play for In Your Dream. If he faults in this team fight, he's not going to have buyback. Now, he is strongest in the high ground defense with the Divine, so this could be a good turning point. On the side of Fnatic, they're not going to be expecting it. At least they shouldn't have a clue that it's already up yet.
Well, Revan forward. Chains down as well. Aeon is still going to be propped very early. In Your Dream, he has the Divine. Look at the amount of damage he's dealing. They just blow him up. Uh-oh, and now the curse is out. That's going to hold down Raven. Illusion's doing a bit of damage, but Egg is going to be committed. Jam's going to try and force them back as Raven. He'll get to work onto Mizu. Mizu, Cold Embrace is going to save as In Your Dream starts moving into Raven. He'll just man-fight them. He doesn't care about the Divine Rapier. In Your Dream needs to go back to the fountain, get that mana reset. And Fnatic, they'll just keep going to work. They want at least one lane of barracks here with this Metamorphosis. They probably won't stick around for any more. Earth Spike is going to connect. In Your Dream again moving in. 1.3k crits, but Raven, he has balls of still this guy. He'll just stand his ground, but there goes your Aegis. He's down. Ain't the Remnant is there to set up. They do catch him because they take him down before the Sunder. More crits to fly out. Alacrity, he's bursted him down. Jabs, he'll Icarus dive out. TJ, he'll be left behind. Jabs, no, he does die. In Your Dream's got him. And now they've got another. They'll take down the Enchantress. DJ, there'll be another kill to In Your Dream. Joe Cam will immediately tip Raven. I'm not sure if Raven didn't realize the Divine Rapier was there, but In Your Dream, he's hitting very hard right now.
He doesn't respect the damage output coming through from In Your Dream, and that costs him. He doesn't have buyback himself. He's being held back on defense, and there's a big opportunity for GXR to look onto their own high ground. They're looking at Fnatic's space. They know they can rip up. It's only a two-man defense for now. There is a buyback ready on our Ench, but the Ench alone is not going to cut it. You need the Terribly there. You need him up. Ideally with Metamorphosis, and even then, if he had buyback, he wouldn't. So it's a harder time. Death can at least spam the Blood Right to hold back the creep wave. And that might be enough to stall them for a few seconds here.
It's gonna be very tough, like with that Black Dragon up on Mizu and the Divine Rapier and In Your Dream. They might force their force. They're picking them out. They're going all the way, but the Glyph is gonna be there. They might have to go back for the Megas now. In Your Dream. How risky you want to play it, sir? He wants tier 4 towers. He's gone for it. And they don't take very long to go down. There goes one already. Chuen, he's going to jump in with the chain down. Almost getting picked off, but he's going to be fine. With the BKB, he'll be able to remnant out. But the tier 4s are still under siege. As they need 8 more seconds for Raven. Tier 4s, DJ, he's gone. The second tier 4 is also going to drop now. The Rupture is out, but In Your Dream, he doesn't need to move. He's having to stand there. They'll drop the egg. They'll chain him up. He's still just hitting the Ancient though. They are ignoring the heroes on Fnatic, and they will be able to pull off the victory. Just hit the Ancient. Who cares about the heroes? It works out for them. GXR, they force it to a game 5. I can't believe it.
The Dire get a ban.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
The Dire get a ban.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick.
I'm doing great. This is like only the second time in recent memory for me that we've reached this point in the Pro Series finals. GXR bringing up a great set of fights up against Fnatic, and Fnatic
Turn to pick.
kind of making some strange decisions at the end. Like, they forced the fight against Seducer Rapier, and they had a lot of time to see that Rapier as well. It shouldn't have been a surprise. They were fighting there for a good solid 15-20 seconds already, seeing the Dusa. So they should have known that the Rapier is there, and maybe they just underestimate the damage output, overestimate their own sustain coming out. They got punished. Suddenly the push coming through from GXR, they had the foreset, the mindset to just run down mid, get the win, and just turned it from there. Fnatic, they had a 2-game lead. They had 2-game lead. Game 3, you know, they went back to Chen and support Luna, and they went for a much more standard draft in Game 4. GXR did as well. They went for big win conditions, fighting against each other. And now, well, they are 1 game away from winning, 1 game away from losing. GXR in the same spot. They must be feeling great. You know, GXR, they had a rough start, but when you win 2 back-to-back like that, you know, the morale is through the roof. So we'll have to see if the mindsets are going to kind of play a big factor here. You have to remember, Fnatic have played 6 games before this one, and that's a lot of Dota to play even for a professional team. So we'll have to see if they can kind of carry through, kind of endure this onslaught from GXR, and we'll have to see if GXR can, you know, level it out, get back to a stable point, and look for that win.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick.
Terrorblade.
Yep, I think it's fair enough. Raven was having a good time farming up. He wasn't quite in the lead, which is the main concern for Fnatic. They really didn't put the lid on In Your Dreams farm up. He just managed to really build up. It's a Dusa. They gave it a lot of jungle space. It really did just reach the point where it was critical mass. And I love the response from Galaxy Racer. They go into the Darkseer Nyx. So they've got this amazing offlane duo, really tanky for the most part. A lot of damage that flies through. The Ion Shell is going to be super annoying for Terrorblade. Your high armor is not going to do anything to stop that constant burn damage from coming through. And we have seen replicants do a lot of work, right? Like the Vac wall on the Terrorblade Metamorphosis, that can just ruin Raven as well once he's farmed up. So there's a lot that GXR can play with now from their offlane, and this should be a pretty interesting way to get it done. Like, they've already built up into the Vac combination with Nyx, the lane combination, the counter to Terrorblade. It's down to Fnatic to see what they want to do to kind of counteract it. I love that GXR banned out the Ench. They understand that Enchantress can just enchant one of those replicants and turn it against you. So no option for that from Fnatic to help the cause here.
Get a ban.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, there's a lot of options for GXR. Like, even if the Luna's banned, as you said, Luna into Terrorblade can be a bit dicey anyway. Although we have seen a lot of people willing to do that because you just build a Manta, so you just dispel off the refraction. That can be one way. I think there's still an option for, say, the Gyrocopter to come out for In Your Dream. There are still the big stable pause ones as well.
Radiant's turn
You could
to
go
pick.
back to something like the Life Sealer. You could go back to something like the Jug. Just a stable foundation to build off with your Darkseer. I don't think that's too bad as well, depending on what they take on mid. You can see Fnatic, they just respect ban the Alacrity Void Spirit. He's done a lot of good work with that Void Spirit. He just targets the back line. The Ag's timing he hits is almost always on point. And it has been difficult for Fnatic to play against that. So, great respect ban. They took a lot of their reserve time to do that. GXR, they have all the reserve time in place. They've actually blasted through this draft. We've got to see what they've got in store. And that option for Luna, as mentioned, it's still there. Fnatic into the Disruptor. So, I mean, it's one way to handle Darkseer with Surge, right? We talk about that all the time. You can just glimpse them back, so you can't really escape with that spell. But we have also seen Disruptors fall flat. Like, if you don't manage to use your Static Storm Kinetic Field in a meaningful way, then it doesn't feel like you have impact. So you just have to ensure that the team fights work in your favor when you use that. I guess there's some synergy here. If Rubik steals, say, a Vac, it makes it perfectly easy for the Disruptor to get that combination in, and it's not too hard for Rubik to get that, or, say, the Impale from Nyx. So you do have much more control here for Fnatic, especially compared to that last game.
Turn to pick.
The sack.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick.
Admiral Conker.
Some interesting choice. It does build up in their team fight with the Disruptor. It gives them another way of holding back surged opponents. So you've got the X to hold them back. Just drag them back into the Torrent. Boat combination. The boat can be very helpful here, especially for the Terrorblade, considering his matchup against Alesh. Down the line, the added durability can buy a lot of time for the Terrorblade to at least get the Sunder off. So there is more coming out there, and of course we have seen Kunkkas be a massive nuisance as the game goes late. Torrent Storm, Tidal Wave are pretty disruptive spells, so if you can hit those farming spikes on the Kunkka, eventually BKBs start to fade down to 6 seconds. Torrent Storm feels like it lasts forever in a fight, so you can just use that after the BKBs, just get the control and break up the engagement from Galaxy Racer. This is one nice way to do that. GXR, they do go into the spec, so this is looking like our Tricore in hand, Alacrity, Leshrac perhaps coming through here on the mid. And looking at that matchup, expecting a Kunkka mid here for Fnatic in that route, it does feel a lot better for the Lesh. Now, you could still give Death the Kunkka offlane instead, run something else mid. We have not seen offlane Kunkka too often, but it has came in once or twice. I think I believe we saw Masaros play it once. So some players still do it, and it still has that same impact. It can be pretty darn good to hold down a Spectre now, right? If you see the Haunt escape, as long as you have your X up, Spectre might not be able to run away. And now you've got this weird farm fight where Spectre will take a very long time to hit a big stride. Terrorblade comes online much quicker. It's not even like Medusa versus Terrorblade, where it's kind of matching for the most part outside of Metamorphosis. Spectre will take more time, and your lineup will have to really compensate for that. You could fight with early Haunt. It doesn't feel like the most impactful, although I guess you've got Spectre Darkseer, so you can kind of Iron Shell Haunt and just kill some softer targets in back as well.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Winter Wyvern.
Seconds.
Yeah.
Choose your
okay.
hero.
Yeah, they've got that nice disruptive offlaner now. It can be really annoying for a Spectre as a melee hero to lane up against that. You have decent ways of igniting, you have a good hold on Rubik, maybe just playing with a Fade Bolt to lift up. So, and your Dream's not going to have the freest lane. It's going to have to contend with minus attack damage, a lot of damage coming through from that. They should be able to put a lid on the Spectre early on. Lots of pressure on Paulson to get the aggression out in the lane to distract the side of Fnatic away from the Spec. And this is another very even draft from both sides. It's just down to getting their win conditions up. We saw Raven and In Your Dream fight it out last time. And this time with Spectre versus Terrorblade, it doesn't feel as insane towards the late game. Like In Your Dream, Spectre is not an amazing divine carry, so you shouldn't end up in the same situation where you just run up, you get divined, and suddenly your towers are gone from a bad team fight. Your Ancient's gone as well. The Spectre is a much more slow burn, slow build up. We'll just have to see if GXR can buy that space out. It's harder to call. I know the Spectre has not had a good run in the games we've casted, but I think there's a method to the madness here. Again, I feel like Iron Shell plus Haunt is very scary. So your early Haunt actually has presence, and if you go for the Echo Saber build, you can kind of build up in that. If you go for the Blade Nail build, your farming pace can keep up with a Terrorblade, but it's not going to feel amazing. Your early impact with Haunt is going to be limited, and that just means more pressure on GXR to play as 4. I think overall, Fnatic has easier ways to pull off this timing with the Terrorblade, and that's where it all boils down to. If the Terrorblade comes up by 25 minutes, much more farm than the Spec, there's not going to be a lot of room for In Your Dream to kind of recover there.
Underway. Fnatic, I wonder how they feel right now. Like they're 2 games up in this BO5, and then they end up losing the next 2 games.
Just to be clear, if I call
of course, probably feeling some momentum now. They are looking to get the reverse sweep going their way.
I don't
Must be a bit of a hard position for Fnatic, you know, understanding how much of an advantage you had and now ending up at this point. And this is officially the 7th game of the night they're playing, so they must be quite tired now.
Yeah, it's just a marathon for Fnatic. It's one of those things, you know, you play through lower bracket, you kind of have to deal with that as sort of an advantage for the upper bracket team. Mitsu still asking, and Chuen is still going for it. Like, dang.
Afterwards.
30 seconds to battle.
Oh god, everyone's into it. I wonder how often they play with Army Geniuses, because those guys are the Atomic War geniuses, you know? Every night I see them playing, that's it. Every night.
Yep.
Just Atomic War, that's it. All of my friends are just playing Atomic War as well. It's nuts. It's fun. So I can't fault them, you know?
I don't know, I haven't had
It's fun for them. I don't know, I mean, it's fun for me the first time, and it's mainly fun because Nina and Neff are both making fun of me. So that's my enjoyment. If I play alone, it's just sad. You know, it's just me being bad with no one to laugh at it. It's like a joke that's not funny when it's just me, so it's not as entertaining.
Bottom lane, Mizu on the Darkseer. You've got Jokem there on the Nyx Assassin, and you are going to be up against DJ on the Disruptor. Raven on that TB once again. This time around, I'd argue it's a much more difficult lane here for Raven on that Terrorblade, especially once the Metamorphosis does go down. You should be able to start to get rather aggressive here with this double Iron Shell combination. Then again, DJ, he might be able to protect him on the Disruptor. Hard to say though, this support Disruptor hasn't looked amazing for quite a while.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we've seen Disruptors be highly impactful, and they're doing a good job. Raven has dropped fairly low in HP. They're cutting off DJ as well. They're getting the pulse off. Jokam is dropping low for that though.
Yeah, he's going for the pull away. Mizu's going to buy him the space to do so. He'll take a bit of harassment himself. I suppose this is one of the big power spikes of DJ at level 1 of this Disruptor, is you could just spam the static, or the Thunder Strike with the mangoes over and over again.
Yep, the damage does pile up. It doesn't stop this pull, so you're going to get that steady influx of EXP going for GXR. We'll have to see how the lane shapes up. As you like to point out, level 2 Iron Shells when it gets spicy for the Darkseer. So we'll see if Raven gets enough before that massive spike. Do have the chance to look down mid. We've got Chuen on that Kunkka up against Alacrity's Lesh, and this should feel really nice for the Leshrac. Like, Chuen can play around with the Tidebringer, but the damage output of Alacrity, if he just lands the splitter, maybe looks for the Edict if he isolates Chuen, can be pretty nice. Wave clear is very stable for Alacrity as well with those spells, so he's not going to be completely blown out of lane with the Kunkka here, and it should even out for the most part in farm. The one thing the Kunkka has a little bit better is that his Tidebringer is a lot easier to land. It doesn't cost mana, it's just an AoE right-click spell, and that means your harassment on Alacrity should be more consistent.
Till this day I miss Dateless Rush Kunkka. Those were the days.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
I don't think it's ever happening again, but those were the days. It
was like Shadow Blade, Crystallis, Daedalus. That's the build-up. It used to be so fun.
Oh, it was. Top lane, you've got In Your Dream and Paulson there on the Spectre Winter Wyvern. They are going to be up against Death and Jabs. The Brewmaster and Rubik combination can be quite devastating as well. So you can ignite the Cinder Brew with the Fade Bolt. There's just so much magic damage. Now though, Jabs, he's going to be able to back off, maybe start stacking that triangle early on. For now, In Your Dream, I mean, he's not doing too badly. He's at 10 CS, a little bit behind in terms of the carries, but it's not too big of a deal. It's to be expected.
I think you're pretty fine in this situation. You're not getting harassed out by the early Cinder Brew that can come in from Death. You're still finding some farm. Paulson's doing a good job of just harassing out with a Splinter Blast whenever Death does come close. And the Arctic Burn, because it is HP scaling, does rip through Death. He's a high HP hero. Percent damage does feel a lot stronger against them. And for the most part, you're not really completely zoning the Spectre out. Maybe once you have more levels up here on Jabs, you can start to consider that, but for the most part, this does look to be more passive lane coming through, and it really boils down to cutting off the pulls, cutting off the stacks that Paulson will want to build up as well. So we'll just have to see if Jabs can prevent that. Already a pull here that Jabs is contesting. It's not smooth going for Paulson.
Bot lane, Jokam almost just drops there. He'll have to run all the way back to the fountain, but he did survive on about 25 HP on that next assassin. One more hit would have done it, but they just could not reach behind that tier 1 tower. Looks like Paulson does indeed get caught out on that Winter Wyvern. Arctic Burn, he's trying to run to the high ground, but no, the lift is there from Jabs. That should be first blood. His Death will take it on the Brewmaster. He even picks up his urn at the exact same time. 2 charges up.
Yeah. Great feeling there for Fnatic. Just managing to isolate that Winter Wyvern. I guess in the end, GXR can say, you know, In Your Dream gets some space. He's not the one copying the spells. He's managed to still keep track with Raven's terribly down bot. So overall, not the worst case scenario for this lane, as you are just wanting to get your Spectre up to that point. Still keen to see what In Your Dream goes for. Whether or not it's the Blade or Echo Saber, we'll have to watch as the burn damage can build up, and Paulson's at least back to relieve some of the pressure. He is going to have to look for some regen on hand now.
Man, Mizu's having a really good time this bot lane. Like on this Darks here, top of the tier. In fact, hold that thought, because In Your Dream does end up dropping extremely low now on the Spectre. And I suppose with the urn charges available on your Brewmaster, you have a lot more kill potential onto In Your Dream. But going back to what I was saying, Mizu, well, I suppose I spoke too soon, John. He was having a very good time. Then, you know, yeah, you had your rotation in from the Kunkka. And turns out Mizu's not having such a great time anymore.
Yeah, that's some good space for Alacrity though. Like he does pop the Red Ball Edict trying to sneak behind. Fortify does cut it off, but now you're down Fortify until a tower falls or until the cooldown's off. So there's a massive window for Alacrity to just do that again. And that's a great kill for Fnatic still. Relieve some of the pressure for Raven. And he can just go back to just building up his farm while possible. And as you mentioned, you know, Mizu, with the levels up, the Iron Shell can really bully out a Terrorblade. Your armor doesn't care for it, so it is hard to sustain that burn, and there's not much a Disruptor can really do to stop that.
DJ, sort of deny there on the Arcane Rune. Mizu, he was around, but didn't want to bother trying to chase the Disruptor. Rather just keep the farm up in the triangle. I mean, he had such a great start on that Darkseer, he just doesn't want to really slow it down now, and that's completely understandable. Naturally, he does want a quick Aghanim Scepter, though. A nice kinetic field there, gonna hold him down. They will get an Impel out. Mizu gonna be glimpsed back immediately, and in your dream, no, he doesn't get the hit off. Jokam still chasing him down. Raven, he's he's gone.
Oh,
the Iron Shell. Gonna be more than enough here from Jokam. Raven, he was one hit away from killing this Darkseer, but just doesn't get it off, and now Jokam, he's gonna find another. Mizu, he'll claim all the goals for it as well.
Is under attack.
That's an excellent bounce back there for the side of GXR. While that happens, they also get the split push going with Alacrity, and it's down to the fact that they preemptively popped that Fortify. So he just runs in with a Max Edict, melts the mid-tier 1, lots of space opening up for GXR. And now it's down to Fnatic to have to find a way to slow this pace. They are going for place up top, though.
Yeah, I mean, they'll find Polison. Cold Embrace is going to be there. Death, he'll stick around. And if you really need it, you have the Primal Split, but they won't need that. Be able to get the Winter Wyvern killed just fine. In your dream, he's still not really afraid. He's still just farming the creep wave. Torrent is there. It's not going to land, and well, they'll get the X off. They won't have that many spells to throw out, but they do still have the Primal Split if they want it. So Alacrity has rotated now, and that's going to force the Primal Split out. They'll still go for the fight. Alacrity, he is dropping rather low now. Cyclone up, they stun him up again, and maybe this rotation doesn't work out, but the Cold Embrace is going to make it in time from Polison. That will buy enough time. Death, he'll get another stun away, but it's not going to be enough to kill off Alacrity. As now Jabs rotates in. It's the world against Alacrity, but he is still not dying. They do finally get him though. Jabs, he's able to take the kill on the Rubik.
That's right.
Took him a while, but they'll get there.
Yeah, and that's important. They managed to slow down the pacemaker here of GXR. Just apply that pressure a little hot.
Yeah, they want to go on to Death. They have Jokam with the rotation, but a massive torrent into the boat. Chuen, he X'd himself back. He kind of faked his TP back to the fountain. Death, he's still alive. He gets the Thunderclap off in your dream. He's trying so hard to reach him. He can't reach him in time. Oh, in your dream, he was an inch away, John. He had his arms stretched out, but nothing was happening.
Oh man, that's not the way you want your first haunt to go here for GXR. Great punishment out from Fnatic. I thought even the Dispersion might have been enough to kill that, but not there. Like he gets to just run away scot-free, and they find more.
Well, Spike Carapace gonna buy some time. Impel gonna be off the mark, and Chuen, he'll happily take the kill for himself. I mean, regardless of his mid-tier 1 tower dropping, Chuen's just having a great time regardless. Setting up some fantastic kills across the map. And on the other side of things, Alacrity is what I was meant to be looking at. He's just farming the triangle right now. It's just, he tried to make that rotation earlier, didn't work out. They try to go for it again, still doesn't work out. I think Alacrity, he's just had enough of that top lane. He'll just farm the jungle for a little bit.
Yeah, he doesn't have any initial item up yet, no Ults, no travels, so it is harder for him to just set up by himself. He's gonna need at least one stopgap item to really get the pressure going. The side of GXR, looks like they might line up for a bit of a bot tier 1. They need to open up the map a little bit more here to secure space for In Your Dream without worrying about the TPs. And going back to In Your Dream's build, he is going Blade Mail. He's going for the slower build up, just looking to clear camps with Dispersion and Blade Mail return damage. And that should lead to faster farm for In Your Dream, but less presence with the initial haunts. I think he understands that the rest of the draft will have to compensate for it. So we're not going to see the early sort of Iron Shell haunts to really find some kills to snowball. A much more tempered game here for In Your Dream to just keep building up, although
big rotations down. Impel going to land on DJ to ensure the glimpse back is not there, but Chuen Torrent is going to land, but he had the spike carapace. Still don't get the kinetic field down, and they should at least be able to get Joe Camp. Impel, though, is going to buy more time as the glimpse sends him back the other way, but the Tidebringer is there on his own illusion. Very, very nice there from Chuen. That'll mean a 7-2 now Fnatic's way, and they do still hold the net worth lead, but just less than 1k.
They've got the massive kill lead on hand, and they're just keeping up this aggression. They smoke up again. They still have the boat here. They've got the static storm as well. Could be big if they catch this one out in Your Dream.
Yeah, and they will X. Yeah, he's going to be able to make it in time. They will glimpse back, stacking up the stuns, but it won't really matter. Boat is going to be enough. They just needed a way to break the gap. In Your Dream, I mean, it's always a struggle with this spectre. He's got the blade mail up, that should help him escalate a little bit, but when you compare it to how well Raven's going to be able to escalate on the Terror Blade, you do start to get a little bit concerned here if you're a GXR fan.
Middle tower is drowning.
It's just not as fast. You can see collapsing on the tier 1, trying to dive deep for a kill.
Well, glimpse back, Paulson, that is so much damage with the Tidebringer. He is still alive though. They'll haunt him within Your Dream onto jabs. They'll try to get the Rubik down. He has no damage with the vacuums there. Dragging 3 of them back. DJ, Static Storm going to be dropped, but he is dead as well. They'll go for the Primal Split. Back into In Your Dream. And the Torrent is going to be there just in case, but Raven, he was able to take the kill himself. Cyclone up the left track, set up for another kill if they can get it. X is available to use on Alacrity. Tidebringer just, it's so much damage on that left track. They'll get him down. Death will take another. And now the stolen wall is there from Jabs. Dragging Mizu right back into his own wall, and Raven, he can just get to work. Joe Camp's trying to get a kill, but Raven, he'll get the Sunder out. It's basically a full team wipe. Just so clean from Fnatic.
And this execution from Fnatic, it's shaping up so well. They managed to get the heroes they want to catch out. They bait the Haunt in from In Your Dream, and he doesn't really find a massive kill to kind of build up, and it just goes back to the Blade Mail. Like, it is sort of nice in some early fights to reflect the damage back. It doesn't feel better than, say, the Echo Saber build we've seen once or twice before. And it just means that In Your Dream should just look for his camps, look for the jungle, clear out the Ancients, get some farm. Maybe when you have a Yasha, that Haunt starts to feel better. Really, you're looking at a Manta time here. Before that, you have to take it slow. You have to have that patience. GXR, they've done it before with his Spectre. You know, they don't expect him to join these early fights. They just want him to farm. He needs to just do that and believe that GXR can buy the space. But look at this Fnatic. They're just not relenting.
No, they are not.
Middle tower is under attack.
Chuen, he's been very good on this Conquer. Just very, very active. Seems like Alacrity knows something's awry here. He'll hide into the tree line, break some trees down, and get even deeper into that forest. Fnatic, I mean, they could still go for that tier 1 top tower here if they wish. You know, not all is lost with this rotation, but it looks like they don't feel confident enough to quite go for that yet. I say that Raven is here now. That should be enough. He'll get started on it.
Yep, he's got the damage, no metamorphosis, but not really necessary. Alacrity, we're just gonna hang around looking for an opportunity. GXR could look for TP plays, but the tower's way too low to commit. Looks like he is just gonna have to bail out. Nice objective taken by Fnatic. Should help them to overtake that top jungle and just get more farm. Raven's up there in that word right now, 6.9k. Very nice number. Chuan just right behind him. And the rest of GXR, not too far off, but look at how far In Your Dream is in comparison. 5.7k net worth, a full 1.2, 1.3k behind. And that's just Spectre farm. It's just not quick. It's going to take a lot more time for GXR to get to that point where their Spectre feels even with the Terrorblade.
It's going to take a very long time. GXR, you've got the Ags up now on Mizu, so you might be able to get even more aggressive. You've got Jokam with Vendetta if he wants to start trying to abuse that with the Iron Shell. And he will. He'll pop the Vendetta immediately. Haunt is available to boot. So you can have that added kind of support in from in your dream if you do need it. Jokam, he's going to run up towards the top lane. He wants to try and maybe catch out DJ, or we even got Raven there on the Terrorblade, which is the much bigger target if you could catch him. Alacrity even going to be around to help out when they do need it. Meta's going to be popped instantly from Raven. Kinetic Field going to hold Alacrity in, but he'll get the Yule Scepter off. Jokam still sneaking up from the backside, but no, it's going to be Chuen that is there. Jokam still trying to come in, but the Static Storm's going to be dropped. DJ, he's going to survive, and Jokam, he just kept running forward.
Yeah, it's just all the sentries that Fnatic committed. They expected that play to happen. And they just read it. I believe they were spotted by the sentry obs by the triangle area. So they managed to just turn it around, catch out, and punish the core and support. And Fnatic, you know, they aren't building up a huge enough lead, but they're keeping these heroes down. And Raven's just feeling big, although he has to be careful.
Back wall is there. Raven, he's taking a substantial amount of damage, but he will sunder on the illusion and he'll be just fine. The GXR, they didn't really have the whole crew around to actually try to capitalize off that. Hell, with the amount of net worth Raven has right now, I don't think they would have really been able to secure the kill anyway. He'll just back off, back to farming here for this TB. Of course, in your dream across the map doing the exact same thing, trying to work towards his Manta style. That net worth differential just keeps increasing. Mid lane, Alacrity, gonna be X'd up here, Chuen. Gonna set up with the Torrent. No, Lift is there first. Now Torrent comes out. Alacrity, he does actually take it. Jokam's there on the jabs. Boat is not gonna connect. They've got the Rubik down and now the Haunt's in. They will still be able to get Alacrity. Your dream not really able to capitalize off the Haunt. And in the end, Fnatic, they lose jabs, but it's still a great trade for them. Mizu. I mean, DJ, he can't get in range for the glimpse, it looks like, and they won't have the vision. Mizu is going to be just fine.
They get some good wards down now, getting the wards up on the top jungle, preventing the vision game coming through from GXR, so it's restricting more map space where In Your Dream would like to farm. Not going to be able to control the top jungle. Fnatic's just doing a good choke out move here, keeping that Spectre locked in bot. And
Torrent, Jokam. No Exavate. Look at the damage though. I mean, the Tidebringer hits him and he's just gone. Fnatic looking just much more confident as a team now in this game 5. I mean, GXR, they're not out of it yet, that's for sure. But 18 minutes in, 2k behind now. Not too bad. Problem is, a lot of your net worth on GXR is on Mizu. So it's the Darkseer effect, you know, he can farm really quickly, he can get a lot of kills with that Iron Shell. Is it going to transition later on? I guess we're going to have to wait and see. Thing is though, Roshan has begun now for Fnatic.
No double damage rune this time, so it does break the rule, but it's going to be a quick Roshan nonetheless. The GXR are not in position to really fight this one. Hot's still on cooldown, so no possibility to just sneak up. And that's going to give more opportunities here for Fnatic to play aggressive. This could allow them to set up for the tier 2 into high ground if they manage to take that fight well. And GXR, they've just got to be cautious. They do have the blink here. I think the vac wall is where it all lies for GXR. If they can get the big vac wall, get a good amount of Terrorblade illusions going, and that's when the fight starts to feel more manageable.
Oh, nice spike. Carapace from the Tidebringer, but the lift is there from Jam to try and help. Chuen is still trying to back the boat. Is going to make it in time, and now they might be able to turn as the Sunder is in from Raven, buying more time. They got Jokam down, Torrent's out as well. It's not look like a great team fight as Mizu, he gets X back from the fountain. And they just play it so well. Chuen, he bought himself more time with the armlet and the boat, and then you had the Sunder in from Raven. Just the perfect storm for GXR.
Oh yeah, and they can just keep resetting with the X, of course. They just drag back Raven back to farming. BKB almost done on the Terrorblade. Once you have that, your less rack damage disappears. The Iron Shell doesn't matter. The wall's going to be a bit harder to land there as well. At very least with the vac on hand, it's going to be harder to drag him into the wall. So Fnatic's finding all the tools here. 20-5 at 20 minutes in, 5k lead. On the side of GXR, we talked about these two cores on the Darkseer, on the Lesh, buying the space out. They're not quite yet. In Your Dream is still lagging behind. He's still not getting the space he needs. He's forced to show up in lanes for defense. The top tier 2, it's not going to last too long, but it's kind of damage coming through from Raven.
Is about to taste the plunge.
When
Dire's top
in Your
tower
Dream
is
and you get
under
X'd up, that is the big target you want. A torrent boat all gonna fly in, but a nice man to dodge In Your Dream. Takes no damage, no stun. He is fine, and now the Hawk back in to get the vision. They've already killed off jabs on the Rubik. That's just a really nice man to dodge. Had he not done that, you never would have really known what would have happened. Macrady gonna try and move in. Go camp. They're unable to find anyone. So you get jabs, you'll be happy with that if you're GXR. Fnatic, they'll have to go back to the drawing board.
They did manage to clear out the top tier 2, so and then they get the objective in exchange for their sports life. Not too bad of a trade. Makes it rougher to hold the jungle up top. Next time around, Fnatic swings by, they could just go for the outpost capture and just hammer in for probably the next Roshan way down the line. Side of GXR, I mean, even with that one kill, they need to start finding cores. Mizu is waiting here, though.
Back wall is up, but he's going to blink the other way. Not willing to force a fight for nothing. BKB now up on Raven. Big smoke up Fnatic. It's going to be broken on Jokan. He'll try for the TP away, but no, they've got the X, they've got the lift, they've got enough. Big spike Carapace, but that Jokan, he is still set to drop eventually. Death will be the one to take the kill with the Cinder Brew. There's Raven, he gets to work on the bot T1 tower. Feeling very confident now with the BKB up. To take more objectives while the rest of the team is fighting. Even Chuan, he's still having a look around to find more targets with that X, but isn't going to be able to find anyone else.
They can start advancing towards that side lane tier 2, though. And they still have the Metamorphosis held back here for Raven. Aegis still has a minute and a half as well. A lot of time to just get these objectives done. The side of GXR, at the least, Haunt's not too far off. I mean, 46, 45 seconds is still a long time to wait with this kind of push coming through from Fnatic. But they will at least have that at some point for maybe an eventual high ground defense. And I think Fnatic will go for it. Like, Metamorphosis is still up, BKB on hand, Aegis ready. No reason to really step back here.
Well, they're not gonna. They'll move up to the T3 tower. Try and force the defense. We saw this in game 1 almost, right? It's kind of like the Medusa and the Spectre are the one and the same in some way. They just both need more farm to be ready to go. In Fnatic, they want to try and force it right here, right now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Meta popped. No more games, but they don't have the creeps. They're coming, Raven. Get back to work. It'll be a bit of a hard defense here for GXR. I mean, maybe they just get away with only the tier 3 tower dropping, but GXR, it seems like they don't even want to allow that to happen. That's quite understandable. And 23.5 minutes in. Yeah, Fnatic, it looks like they're going to be forced to back. They're just not feeling confident. They do force the rotations in from GXR, and that may just be enough.
Good timing to pull back as well. Their Aegis only really has, what, 4 seconds now? Does expire on the mark. So they didn't have the second life ready. And now they can just maybe wait out some items. The Scotty's almost up for Raven. I'm still lacking 2 ports, but he's got 1 orb up. So he's got more stats to play with. And of course, they're also close to building up the AC here in Chuan. It's still a ways off, but he does have the Hyperstone, so more damage is flying through here for the side of Fnatic. Death, of course, saving up for the Ags halfway through. And once you have that Ags and the Brewmaster, the double split in these team fights is really going to be causing a ton of issues for GXR. We've seen Death just split up the fights, isolate the heroes quite nicely, as you'd expect on a Brewmaster. And as long as he keeps that management up, keeps isolating the right heroes, the engagement for GXR just gets tougher and tougher. Fnatic are sticking together as a team quite nicely. GXR are trying to split up to get their farm efficiency up. And it is somewhat keeping up. I mean, the farm distribution of GXR, all the heroes are within a few hundred gold of each other. They're just severely lagging behind the Terrorblade. That's the big issue.
Raven, he'll reveal himself in the mid lane. Mizu still farming up that Radiant jungle. Could himself in a spot of danger. The smoke will actually go right past him. Instead, they're going to run into Joe Cam. Dust will be eventually popped, and they got the X off. That should be a nice, easy Nyx assassin kill. They probably would have preferred the Darks here, but they literally just went above him.
Dire's middle tower
Missing out on
is
bigger
drowning.
kill still opens up the mid-tier 2 push. They're going to be able to find that tower quite nicely. DJ's setting up for a kill in Pulse.
Is under pressure.
Yeah, TP's back. Gwen is there. Paulson, X-Torrent, both all to be thrown out. And he's alone. Paulson, he could try to go for the curse, but I don't think it'd be enough. Gwen just so dominant on this Kunkka 8, 1 and 13 now. He's just not kind of, he hasn't pulled off that gas pedal. He's been constantly going at it.
Radiant's bottom
Your dream now maybe been spotted there by our Kunkka. It seems like Chuen is more than comfortable to just run up the high ground, run right into the Spectre. Let's go for the X-Back. Do they have enough help coming in though? I only see one hero. Spectre does get torrented up. DJ is there. You could glimpse him back. They are going to throw that out into the Static Storm now, but even with that, I don't think there's quite enough damage. Chuen, he's still trying. In Your Dreams dropping now, but Alacrity's joined in. Torrent Boat is out again rather than BKB, and they do have enough. He gets it's basically a solo pick-up. I mean, DJ was there with the ultimate. Now the glimpse back will force the BKB out of Alacrity.
They're trying to bring down Radiant's
That's a really concerning sign when the Kunkka could just kill your Spectre like that.
It's just not nothing in Your Dream to really tank up through that. Like, the damage coming through from Chuen is really good. Now the high ground opens up. And they've got the Scotty running on Raven. There's so much damage flying through. The curse is now their high ground defense play here.
Very, very hard defense to ask for.
Dire's top tower is
They've got the shards up, so you got that reoccurring split earth going here for Alacrity, and Raven, he got caught in it for a second and is forced to pop his own BKB. But they may just leave it at that. BKB down, it won't be worth taking the risk here for Raven. GXR, they lose a tier 3 tower, but that's going to be about it. They'll be happy to hold, I think. Just wait out the next Roshan attempt and maybe fight over that. He's going to be up in about 1 minute 35 seconds. So pretty average kind of timer here for that Roshan. That, I think as GXR, you can't really afford to let that one go the way of Fnatic.
No, you can't let the second Roche go. Aegis Cheese Shard is just way too important as a major power spike, and of course, you're playing from behind. Now, there are a couple of tools here for GXR to play with. They've got the Ags and Jokam. He did sell literally everything he had for that. If you look at our Nyx right now, it's just Ags.
And 2 cells.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, you're on high ground defense, you know you're going to need the Ags, you're going to need the control. So this is worthwhile. It is a massive risk. Like, you're not going to have buyback gold, obviously. You're not going to have move speed. You can't scout around too well with Vendetta. You can't line up for pickoffs. So you don't have the opportunities to work the map. It's all about getting the impact in team fights. And speaking of Ags, you also finish up on Death. So he's got his double split ready to go. Back-to-back splits. Can, again, isolate the right heroes in these fights. Force an awkward response from GXR. GXR, for their part, and they're still venturing outside of base. They still have IYD all the way away and trying to farm up, but have to be a bit cautious as
He's still got the X going. He'll be okay. Immediate smoke up from GXR. Roshan's 15 seconds away. They can win this fight. They can take the next Roshan, and if they lose it, well, you know what happens then. Fnatic's got it in their hands. GXR,
Dire's top barracks are under
the
attack.
high ground of that Radiant Triangle. Roshan will officially be up now. Shard's Cheese and the Aegis now available. And looks like he wants to try and get it started. Smoke into the Roshan pit, but they were basically already there. They were spotted by that Ops Ward that was placed into the Radiant Triangle. Roshan, half HP. Metamorphosis is available for Raven. I have Skadi though now up for our Spectre, and he can haunt in whenever the hell he wants. Bone is going to be thrown out. They've caught somebody, and it's going to be Mizu on that Darkseer. Can they take him down in time? He's popped his BKB, and he's going to go for a run. Chuen trying to get a nice Tidebringer hit, but no, it's the other way. So they've got Alacrity anyway, and that's just as good. Back to the Roshan.
no worries here. The wall is going to kind of annoy them a bit, as it is a bit of a nuisance, but Roche is still not going to take too long. Without the Lesh, you're missing out on a ton of your damage. You rely on that, you rely on the wall, and you're not going to be able to fight through here. So that is Roche number 2 going the way of Fnatic. They've got the Aegis. They've got the Shard given out to Chuen. So he's got the tidal wave. We talked about Kunkka towards the late game part. All this movement control from the Kunkka is just going to be such a big issue for GXR going in fights. No BKB up on the Spectre. BKB is dwindling now on your Leshrac and your Darkseer. So you do have a lot of ways of making GXR's engagement just really awkward. And once the Ags for Chuen, which he is queuing up, once that's up, with the Torrent Storm as well, it's going to be hard to fight into the Kunkka. You have to really know when to pop your BKBs, because if you pop them too early, the spells haven't been casted, some trouble once those BKBs fade.
What? That Torrent Storm, always a lot of fun to watch. When my FPS isn't completely tanking because of it, but you know, still fun to watch. I remember the first time that came out, and it's like it wasn't even abused. It was so ridiculous back when it was released, but just nobody used it.
Yeah, it wasn't very common. It was a delight to see it the first time we saw it come out. When I believe it was it Abed back then? I can't even remember anymore. It's been a while. But when we saw it, it was like, oh yeah, that's sickening. Yeah, people love to call it the water park, right? And it comes out. I'll be honest, you know, I've never really been to a water park. Have you? Like, yeah, it's
John?
like,
yes,
really?
I have.
I haven't. Like, I went in my technically my adulthood. I think I went when I was like 22.
Oh, how
in Singapore.
Embarrassing! How embarrassing, Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, we had like a small water park in my city. It's like a, you know, just a bunch of, not even like slides, like, you know, the structure in the middle of a small pool, that kind of playground slides. Yeah, that's what we used to see. It wasn't like the big wild parks, you know.
Your name.
So I never got to experience the water park. Of course, I wouldn't want to experience the Torrent Storm. But it always makes me think about that. It's like, oh, I'm missing out. I missed out.
Maybe one day if we can, you know, get to a LAN or something, you know, we can find a water park nearby, John. We'll get you in there. Let you live out your childhood dreams.
Why don't we have like a major in a water park? Wouldn't that be fun? Like once you lose, you just relax with your team there, shake it off, have a good time. Sounds like a great time.
Sounds like a hazard, Jonathan. Sounds like a bit of a problem, you know, with all the wiring and everything else that goes around. I would recommend a water park. Doesn't sound very good. I guess Disneyland was kind of close there, right? To a water park in some way, you know. That was close.
Yeah. Man, that was 2017 or 2018?
Oh, don't remind me.
Jeez.
Don't remind me how old I am.
Or was it 2019? It feels like forever. Like, damn, you mentioned that. It's like, huh, how long has it been? It's been a while.
Been a while. Top lane, Raven. Looks like he wants to start forcing it out. They've got the meta available once again.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I think you'd feel comfier here if you had your full Satanic up. But Raven, his courier's dead. Even with a gold up, he's not going to be able to. I mean, he could just probably X, and he's just going to do that. He could buy it out right now in the base, and he does. So Satanic up. How you handle this Terrorblade at this point, I'm not sure. I mean, the Scotty's been there forever in your dream, but again, Satanic active just overwhelms that healing reduction.
Well, that it does. Your dream. He's still just trying to work towards his BKB. Raven's going to get to work. Range racks immediately dropped. However, Winter's Curse to the backside isn't that amazing, but it is going to get rid of DJ. They just needed Raven on the Terrorblade to hit him. Now Alacrity, though, has been caught. Nice Dual Scepter, but is it going to be enough? The Cold Embrace, it'll keep him alive for a little bit longer, but not for long. He is gone. You've still got Jokam there burrowed, though. He might be able to continue buying time, or maybe not. They just ignore him. The Tidal Wave even drags him backwards into the Sentry Wall. Oh, Chuen, he just used he dragged him back into the Sentry. Raven, still at work, gets some elite barracks now. No boots necessary for this Terrorblade. He'll slowly pace his way to that mid-tier trade tower. Meteors, or rather Cyclone up onto In Your Dream. He's got nowhere to go. Raven's completely ignoring the Spectre. Thunder, thank you very much for the HP In Your Dream. They do normal punch him up, but doesn't matter. In Your Dream, he's surrounded. They will at least run out of Metamorphosis. Raven, how far are you going, sir? Into the tier 4 towers onto Mizu. The tidal wave will not catch the Darkseer. Send range barracks down. He'll go for the melee barracks as well. And Ping's flying out. They're going to try and stop Raven. He's walking so darn slow. Another normal punch in. Joe Cam's there. They'll just get to work though. They'll try to rely on those iron shots. Static Storm drop. Joe Cam, Cold Embrace going to save him for now. DJ, he's been jumped by In Your Dream. They do at least get the dieback on that Disruptor. Winter's Curse out as well. It's onto Chuen. Maybe they could really turn this fight now. As the Conquer's about to drop. Split Earth is there. The normal punch. The Impel, they've got him. It's a full team wipe, but you've got the Aegis on In Your Dream, but without the Metamorphosis, he has no chance. Or maybe he does. He gets the Sunder off. Alacrity, Cold Embrace is going to save, but with the BKB, he's still going. Just one man on his own. Almost takes out 2 of them. But it is, in the end, going to be a full team wipe the way of GXR.
Yeah, they get a lot of gold from those kills. Nice swing back, but not quite enough to turn the tides. They've lost a Rax and a half overall in their lane, so they're still in a pretty dicey situation, but they're stalling out the game. They're building up on his Spectre. It is starting to line up. Looks like the Ags is done for In Your Dream. So he does have the Shadow Step. And we have seen that Shadow Step enable you to just kill off the support, go into the fight with a numbers advantage, and not need to worry about Static Storm, not need to worry about the lift back, the stolen spells on Rubik. So there's a lot more GXR can play with. And Fnatic, even though they are up by a decent amount in gold, not much now at 4K, and they are up in map control, and you need to respect the Spectre. Like, at some point, if In Your Dream will play that way, with a Shadow Step up, just looking for the softer targets, you might not be able to take every fight now at Fnatic's end.
Things are getting very, very tense in this 5th game on this best of 5. We'll have a cheeky gander at Dota Plus, shall we? Wow, look at that, John. Dota Plus, 54% in favor of GXR. My goodness. How the tables turn.
Yeah, it's the Spectre effect. You know, you reach this point in game, 35 minutes in. I mean, In Your Dream still doesn't have a significant amount of gold over any core outside of death, but you are still within swinging distance of the Terrorblade. Like, a Raven up about 5,000 gold is one major item that he has that Spec doesn't. But, oh.
Got to step in. Just threatening Chuen there. Won't lead to much. The Shadow Step, though, it's such a low cooldown. Like, what is it? 30 seconds. There you go. 30-second cooldown. He can pretty much hold anywhere across the map. I mean,
wait. You say 30 seconds. The tooltip itself says 35, but the actual is 30. Why?
You are correct, John. That is correct. I don't know.
They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower.
I don't know, John. These things cost money to change.
It's like whatever. Beta game. It's fine.
Yeah.
Smoke up here, Fnatic.
Yeah. Trying to go into that high ground. Everybody from GXR immediately going to leave the area.
Of another. I see.
Shadow Step onto jabs. Trying to get some vision.
You're about to hit some spikes here on the side of Fnatic. Ags slowly being built up for DJ. 100 gold away. So you'll have that AoE Doom on hand. And that makes these fights tougher for GXR if they don't manage to pop those BKBs preemptively. And then it's easier to land the chain stunts after from Chuen. He does have the Ags up. So we do have the Water Park available with the Torrent Storm. We just have to see how impactful it can be inside of GXR, just trying to split push as best as possible. Not going to be able to find a response here on Fnatic to punish. They are still just kind of building up. They, you know, respect the fact that the high ground defense of GXR is strong. You've got the refresh on Mizu, double wall, double vac, more Terrorblade illusions that will cause problems, more setup for the burrowed Nyx to get the stuns off. The Ags that we talked about on DJ is up though. So if they can get the jump first with a Static Storm, it feels a lot nicer for Fnatic. If they don't, double back, double wall is a very scary prospect for something like the Terrorblade to fight into.
Oh, it absolutely is. So Roshan, we're going to find out in about 35 seconds when it is going to spawn. Fnatic, they'd love it right now. Alacrity going to immediately start pushing out that top wave. You know, Fnatic definitely hoping for an early Roshan spawn timer. GXR, I'm sure they'd be happy to wait. They're in no rush right now. They're still working towards the basher up on In Your Dream. And of course, they've got tier 4 items to try and find as well, as they haven't had the most time to be able to go out into the jungle and actually start farming those up. Roshan is going to be 2 minutes 45 seconds. It's a long time. However, yeah, he's been caught out. They even dropped the Static Storm, and that's a complete mute. They just drag him across.
Yeah, that's a pretty big kill. No buyback for Alacrity. He's short gold. It's not a cooldown. He didn't buy a while ago. He's short 400 gold. So that's big. That's a big opening for Fnatic if they want to go into the high ground. They might not know that there is no buyback, but they do commit the split. So eventually they'll just slowly chip away that melee racks.
And they go. Wall is going to block the pathing. Raven, he doesn't really want to walk through it, but he can actually reach from outside the wall. There you go. Who needs to walk close to a building when you've got a Dragon Lance?
Dire's middle barracks have fallen.
No one.
Easy peasy.
Yeah, perfectly balanced coming out. Shadow Step again, just checking out. I think you really would want to be able to kill off one hero with a Shadow Step before breaking up the fights, but look at Fnatic. They mainly stick together. There's no opportunity to look for those easy kills. Roshan's still a minute and a half away, so Fnatic's not going to be able to take that out just yet. And that's going to give enough time for the respawn on Alacrity. Has to watch his goal though. Like if that happens again, say around.
Yeah. DD Rune prepared for this moment. He's going to be able to pick that up for himself, put it in the bottle. Those Tidebringer hits really going to start to hurt now. Roshan's up in 47 seconds. Plenty of time to try and abuse that double damage rune beforehand. Still getting almost at the basher of In Your Dream, but if he does buy it out soon, he'll be left without buyback gold. You might need to just kind of keep farming up and trying to escalate. Of course, Raven going for that Aghanim Scepter. Needs the Terror Wave up to have the second Metamorphosis. Is standard kind of stuff for him.
He's starting to run out of inventory slots, so I guess at this point you really will have to just toss the boots away and just kind of hope that you've got the range, you've got the control elsewhere to get the targets to you. We have seen Chuen be really on point with the Tidal Wave drag back, so I guess in the end it's not going to be a massive issue for Raven there. Roshan does respawn. Vision game, control from both sides. They're kind of standing around the ramps leading into Roshan. And GXR still has big play opportunities. They're already bored on Jokam. He's set up for those stunts, and they still have the Winter's Curse and Pulse.
Nice refreshing shot available on that Roshan as well. We've been very, very good for multiple heroes on Fnatic. Like, you've got the double Static Storm, the double Meta, the double Primal Split. Hell, the double Tidal Wave and the Torrent Storm and the boats, everything. Everything you can ask for here. GXR, of course, they could have triple walls going on. Triple vacuums. God knows how many iron shells they could have on the map. Be amazing.
Yeah. A huge amount of control. Fnatic respecting that AoE control coming out from GXR. So they don't fully commit. They can at least keep these waves shoved out. So eventually a response will have to come through from GXR. Looks like they might...
Well, the Shadow Step
pick up first.
Raven, not going to really take any damage from it anyway. Not really too concerned by it.
A gift from the Tempest.
When he has popped the DD rune, but you've got these recurring split earths going on right now in the Roshan pit. So you can't exactly make your way in. In fact, Alacrity is slowly finishing Roshan's life off here. It's like they're trying to perma-stun it. So it just sits in the same spot and gets continuously just stunned up and takes more damage. What did Roshan do to deserve this kind of treatment? Turret is out, tidal wave. They're not going to drag him back. A nice curse there onto Chuen, but the stun is out onto the TB. So Chuen, he's going to survive long enough to get the bow down in time, but the Impel going to hold him down. They should be able to finish him, and they do. Raven, who are you aiming for? He's trying to go after Joker, but he's just healthy. Instead, they'll go back into In Your Dream. No, they'll go after Mizu instead. Go after that Darkseer, but he's fine. He's out of there. Alacrity, In Your Dream, Jokam all still around as the torrent does connect on 2 again. A great tidal wave bringing him back into the TB. Raven, he'll step back for a second. Jokam, he's still being targeted, but no, they finally get the Spectre. In Your Dream's down, but he will have buyback. And he will commit it immediately. Back right in with the Shadow Step going on to the Terrorblade. Raven's down. He does have buyback, but they also got DJ. The buybacks are coming out. Alacrity, he'll keep going onto that Brewmaster. They are going to find another death on the side of Fnatic. Immediate buybacks out from death. They can't afford to let the Roshan go down. The GXR, they're in a prime position now to try and force a bad team fight from Fnatic. Hell, they just did. They just need one more. This game could potentially be over. Roshan, again, we take him down. Tidal Wave is there, but Winter's Curse, Paulson, he puts an end to it all onto Chuen. Burrow is there from Jokam to hold them down. Spy Carapace on 3, and now the follow-up, they've got Chuen down. He's got no buyback. Raven, he's going to pop the Terror Wave. He's got 10 seconds of meta, but he's doing no damage. Still a nice Impel jabs, holds them down onto the left rack. The meta's over, but they got Alacrity, but he's going to buy back. Now Death, another primal split out, but Raven, he's in big trouble. He's dropping so darn low. They'll jump in, the Impel's there. Jokam secures the kill on the next assassin. Now In Your Dreams onto DJ. They'll get 4 down without buyback.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. And Roshan is gonna go the way of GXR. That's a refresher shard on In Your Dream. Ages the way of Alacrity. Cheese onto the Spectre. And I said it was gonna be GG. I mean, it's not quite. But if you can get through this tier 2 and tier 3 tower fast enough, you can try to force tier 4s here. You do still have a Leshrac. So that Diabolic Edict, it's going to rip through them.
It absolutely is, especially since you went for the 25 talent supports for the plus 30 Edict explosion, so it won't take too long. And the 2-man defense has to stall for at least 40, 50 seconds, really. And I just don't see that coming out. Maybe if Death gets good use on Split, although Jabs.
Yeah, Jabs, he just bought back. He is gone. Tips out immediately. They're onto the tier 4 towers. They know. Fnatic. Oh, it's been a long and gruesome kind of day for them. And that's it, they call it. GG will play. Congratulations, GXR. They make the reverse sweep. And they will be your grand champions of the Lupe Pro Series Season 7. I can't believe it, John. I really can't.
Oh my god. You know, there was a big moment there by that Roche fight where I think that really cost Raven. He